He's here. He's here. All right. All right. All right. Sheesh. Can't go to. Oh, I almost pulled a fast one on you guys. I almost didn't stream at all. I thought you wouldn't notice, but there you go, catching me up to my hijinks. You caught me. You got me. You got me. Oh man. Hey. I need a haircut. Oh, all right, okay, okay. Hold your horses. Okay, only two for now. Okay, we got it. I'm being informed by my beautiful partner that I should, in fact, show you guys the results of the glass blowing class we did. Isn't that neat? All right, okay. Not only two. It seems I'm doing all of them. Look, it's a fruit bowl. Isn't that cool? See, there's something really weird and ethereal about glass blowing, you know? Like you just have a little blob of orange at the end of a stick, and then later you pick it up and it's a thing. Look, I made an espresso cup. See, it's all earthy. It looks kind of like, which one does it look like? Which is the, is it Saturn's too orange? Is it Jupiter that I'm thinking of? What's Jupiter? I think of it Jupiter. And my beautiful partner made this cool optical lens. See that? Because, yeah, no, I'm showing it. Because they wanted to put it in front of a candle and have it cast light in a pretty way. And I'm actually pretty surprised they were able to get this distinctive an effect, considering it's glass blowing rather than like grinding a lens. You know? Like you have to be kind of warbly. You get me. And then, all right, here you go. Here you go. Thank you, love. Don't drop any of that. Cats in the background. They have been known to be there sometimes. Hassan was in the NYT crossword today. When are you going to get on that? Largest leftist streamer to have not been directly condemned by Zoran Mamdani. That's 5 across. Thank you. Nice, Kowalski. I'm happy to hear that. Much as I may be a climate accelerationist, I don't want your entire state to burn. What do you think about vegan Zionists? I don't... Imagine a guy. What do you... I don't know. What do you want from me? Jesus Christ. Vegan Zionists. You people. Honestly. That's vegan gains. Oh, that's true. That's true. That is true. Yeah. What's going on today? Nothing good. I woke up, I saw this. I know the data's not crazy new, but oh my god. Pop it. Thank you. Look at this, man. The gap between home buyers and home sellers has never been this bad. Look at this. Holy shit. How the fuck has the bubble not popped already? I know that capitalism is unexpectedly resilient. I know Marx probably overestimated the speed with which the system would collapse, but like at what point, man? At what point? Holy shit. It's the most bubbly the graph has ever looked, without a doubt. I'm confused how it's not popping as well. Dog, I don't know. What did it look like in 08? Can somebody bring up a comparable chart that goes back to 08? This is from Redfin, but Redfin wasn't around back in 08. Home buyers versus home sellers chart. Maybe we can get something. Yeah, the chart that I keep seeing is from Redfin's data, but it doesn't go back to 2008. Let me see. Yeah, no, back to 2013. Back to 2013. Yeah, that's all I'm seeing. That's all I'm seeing. How many of those buyers are AI lowballers? I don't really think that's an issue. I don't really think that people are using AI to lowball home prices. You know, that's kind of like... The vast majority of transactions that take place in the housing market are regular interpersonal transactions. Like, it's one buyer, a regular guy, and a realtor working on behalf of one seller. It's not like a big corporate, you know, like BlackRock exchanging 1 million homes for whatever else. And yet the prices are still too damn high. Dude, I saw a Western, I don't know if it was from The Economist, but I saw a Western news article recently that was like, yeah, unfortunately, people say the Chinese economy is going so great, but housing prices keep getting lower and lower. Incredible. We are a dying civilization, I tell you. Best I can do is new home sales. Gotcha, but I can't look at older data on this. Thank you, love. I can't look at older data on this. The trading economics site requires a subscription to go further back than like 1 year. Super annoying. Let's see, home sales. Ah, this is enlightening. 4-week moving average purchasing index for new homes, and it has not been going well lately. So back here was low. Purchase index, and then you've got 2008. Wait, is this pricing? Purchase index. What are we looking for here? Why is it going up here but down here? What are we looking for? Facility by credit. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Existing home sales. And then you see there was a crash right down here in 2008 for obvious reasons. And likewise down here. Though we still haven't quite hit this nadir. These are not the graphs you're looking for. No, but the general home sales are still interesting to look at, I think. Pending home sales index. Wow, look at that. That's actually pretty. Okay, this I think is extremely telling because the only other two times we've had declines this sharp were COVID, which doesn't really count, and the changes following the 2008 crash, right? Like these very, very sharp drops, but this drop is much farther. So when should I buy a house? Not now. This might be like the worst time in American history to buy a house at this moment. But a year from now? Who knows? Yeah, this graph ends in 2023. Oh, it's of November 2022. Who the fuck knows how bad it is right now? Do you think the people who freaked out back in 08 know how the game goes now, so they know not to freak out now? Well, the issue is very different from 08, okay? The thing with 08, the thing that caused 08, in addition to everything else, was that it was too easy to buy a house. Mortgages were being given out to people who had no business getting mortgages. Right now, we kind of have the opposite issue. Like, home sales were going up in the lead up to the crash, up until it became clear that things were crashing down, and then people really like tightened on the mortgages. Right now, we're on the opposite side of things, where it's way the fuck too hard to get a house, not because of mortgages, but because the underlying home price is just way too fucking high. And by the way, keep in mind that the data is also going to be skewed by national averages. It is not a bad time to buy a house if you live in like rural North Dakota. There are lots of places in America where housing prices are, I wouldn't say reasonable, but like they're fine, you know? It's the actual places you want to live where houses are expensive. But you are seeing a skew in data towards a national average where it's getting pulled down by like the bumfuck nowhere flyover states where you can still afford a house for like, I don't know, 250,000. Fourth graph shows sellers. Fourth graph shows sellers in this one. Right here. Oh, yikes. Yeah, U.S. new single-family homes for sale. The orange line right here. And then the purple is existing home inventory. So yeah, we're seeing another drop, and this is right after 2020. But this graph ends in 2020. So in this one, we're only seeing up until like we're not even seeing post-COVID data here. This isn't useful. No haterino. Home ownership in the United States. You know that thing? Is it Kai Cenat that Kai Cenat did, where he spent some time just reading out loud books? I think I need to do that to get back on track. I need to get better at enunciating, so I stop Um, I don't know how his name is pronounced. I'm sorry. I've only read it in text. Yeah, I need to ameliorate. Exactly. I don't know how useful this particular data is because I don't really place much stock in home ownership. In my opinion, the idea that everyone should own a home is a bit of like Americanoid propaganda that leftists have bought into for some reason. Like, oh, this is how you build generational wealth. You're buying into the idea that homes are a speculative asset. And right now we're seeing the consequence of that, where every house is $50 billion, but nobody's buying, you know? That's not really the problem. On Wednesday, the Majority Report reviewed a professor that showed we don't have a housing shortage, but it seems the top 20% of Americans' purchasing power is so vast it simply raises the price of housing for the rest of the population. Yeah. No, no, no. Legitimately, like, that's the issue. In cities all across America, construction companies are building housing for the upper middle or upper class. And because that's like the highest return you're going to get on your investment. The land costs the same either way, as long as you're in a good neighborhood. So you want to build for the highest price like clientele, you know? But as a consequence, they're not building for average people. So the hope that those wealthy people will buy your property is driving up prices everywhere. It's just a fundamentally broken system, you know? Why does owning a home necessarily imply it's being used as an asset? If you think that owning a house is building generational wealth, you are definitionally saying that you are using it as an asset. You're saying that it's an appreciating commodity that you can then later leverage for wealth. Yeah. Like take out a mortgage on it or whatever. It's not about generational wealth. It's about the desire for your own custom space. Can I be real with you? It's overrated. Most of you are not capable of the responsibilities that come with owning a property. What happens when it turns out that your property needs foundation repair? What happens if of the million things that can go wrong with a property that you own? What happens when it falls on you? There's no one in between you and the damage, you know? People used to be a lot more handy and houses used to be a lot more simple, but nowadays I at least I mean I know homeowners, right? It's it's a problem. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right for nobody. I'm not saying it's wrong for everybody, but I like a lot of the people who want to own a home, dog, you're in your fucking 20s. What do you mean you want to be rooted to one place for your whole life? What if your job goes out? What if circumstances change? Your whole life you fell in love with somebody who you met on Discord 3 years ago. What happens if you buy a house? You're not going to be able to move to your next Discord love. Your life is too temporal and unstable for you to place down roots like that, okay? Self-report? Thank you very much, but I found them on Hinge. You sell the house and move to buying another. I've done it twice. That shit sucks. As a homeowner, you're correct. Owning a home is a fucking nightmare I was not prepared for. Yeah. I was talking more generally. I'm 20 and obviously I don't want to own a home yet, but what if I'm 32 and I want to have kids? I don't really think there's anything wrong with renting. Like, renting right now is too expensive, but so is owning a home. The price is high either way. I don't believe there's anything fundamentally wrong or like unstable about renting. I just don't think, I don't think you lose money in the long run, really. And I think that there's a lot of added benefits to flexibility. Yeah, my girlfriend bought a house and I took a loan out to get work done in her basement. So now I owe 23,000. Jesus, I'm sorry. It's literally not. It's so much cheaper to own. I'm really sorry, but it is objectively right now not cheaper to own. Okay, I guess this might be like an area by area thing, but like I guarantee you, at least in like a city, the cost of buying a property, buying a home is so high, not to mention the later property taxes, plus the fact that you're the one paying for repairs now. I mean, there are additional costs that you incur for being a homeowner, you know? There are, like, the fact that it's an asset you can sell later is priced in. I think the aversion mostly comes from the fact that pretty much all landlords suck terribly. Yeah, that's true. But, like, I don't know. I think that you can avoid negative interactions with your landlord for the most part, as long as you keep your head down and can do basic repairs without having to bother them. I guess it really depends on your situation. I think that like for me personally, because I've always rented. I've never owned a house. My family doesn't own a house. For me personally, my experience has always been like it's just like another thing. It's another bureaucracy you have to deal with, you know? Yeah, just tip your landlords. If you tip your landlord every month, you won't have issues. Do you believe landlords wouldn't suck so hard if the economy was better? No, fuck no. Landlords will always suck. Well, you just need laws. You just need tenant protection laws. That's all you need. I think there are very bad landlords. There are also a lot of landlords who don't really care or who are totally fine. You know, there are landlords who are totally fine. Um, I guess I feel like a lot of lefties feel like it's better to own a home because they have this very dogmatic insistence that landlording as a practice or whatever is so evil that you have to get as far away from it as possible. But it's just another kind of bureaucracy. It's just another middleman to go through. There's nothing more fundamentally evil about landlords than there are about the DMV. It's just like a system where there's a class or like a power disparity that you have to navigate. A lot of landlords are dipshits, absolutely, 100%. But it's not like, I mean, the system I advocate for one is one where the state is your landlord, which I think would be better because there would be strict regulations and a bureaucracy you can navigate in like a standardized system. But I don't think the way out of this is like encouraging a bunch of individual homeownership. I don't really think that solves the problem in the long run. The issue isn't that everyone should own. The issue is that private landlording is destructive to the economy and exploitative to the renter. Yeah, but like that's the case whether you own the property or not. Like that's just a consequence of commodified housing. Like right now in a system where housing is commodified, you need landlords. You literally need landlords because otherwise in order to move into a property, you would have to buy it. What would happen if you were like a student who wanted to live near a university? You want to buy that condo, just drop a cool $800,000 so you get to be within walking distance of your university? No, you need renting, right? Like, and as long as it's a private system, you need landlords. But people should, you should oppose it like structurally, I think, rather than because sometimes people get really finicky with the like, well, it's a huge individual evil, which yeah, there are absolutely individual evil landlords. Excuse me. This is silly. It's like making nationalized healthcare, but not really decommodified, so you pay for use. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're saying. I think that there should be national healthcare, and I think there should be decommodified housing. I'm just saying that as long as housing is commodified, which is the situation in basically every country on earth, um, like renting is a thing that needs to exist. Why do you say landlords aren't bad? I mean, they are institutionally a bit like cops. Okay, yes. So to bring that analogy over, the police as a class of people cause harm, like institutionally, but they also need to exist in the system, right? Like you understand that the world wouldn't actually be a better place if you just got rid of all cops. Like obviously there are broader considerations and there are the things you should do to kind of like restructure society so that the power and emphasis of the police is lessened. I completely agree with that, but you wouldn't actually make the world a better place if we just got rid of all cops. Like in fact, I think in many places the world would get quite bad very quickly. In my opinion. No, yeah, I think for the most part, corporate landlords tend to be better than mom and pop landlords because the mom and pop landlords are the ones who send over a guy like you have like a chipped like a crack in the foundational pillar and they send over a guy with a white like the white paint nozzle, and they paint over a bunch of cockroaches that have died under your sink, and then they leave. They're like, job's done. Corps do that shit too. I can't generalize for shit around here, man. I'm confused, Vosh. I had to move, so I put my house for rent, and I'm currently using the rent money to pay the mortgage. Am I Satan? I think that the landlord hysteria that a lot of lefties get is like a barely rationalized, systematized version of right-wingers who get mad at everything that resembles their mom. The existence of landlords is a systemic necessity. It's like a non-negotiable element of a privatized housing system. If you, it's like if you aren't doing it, someone else will, and that's just a fact. Like every city needs a fluid amount of rented housing so that people have the ability to move in and out of the city without necessarily staying there forever. It's just a fact. It's literally just a fact. If you didn't do that and everyone had to own their own house, there would be no fluidity in movement. It would cause enormous structural harm to people's ability to move around. And I guarantee you right now, especially, people are wanting to move out of them red states, you know, to queers. You want to get them out of the red states. Me, a transgender living in Tennessee, when I realized that New York and Seattle have house rental numbers like 4% of the available housing supply, and everyone's fighting over the 2 rental properties that become available every August. No! Genuinely, people want stability. I just don't think you get stability by owning a home either. But as you know, whatever. Look, it's not a stable system either way. I just think that again, it's one of those things where you have to have like a broader, you know, a broader angle. Love you, babe. Have a wonderful time. Good luck. I know. Have a good time anyway. Smell some flowers. I believe in municipal landlords, but do you think a state making a law to ban out-of-state landlords would be a net positive or unnecessary complication? That seems fair to me. I think if your landlord doesn't even reside in the same state as you, like that, I feel like that could cause real yeah, that seems fair. Like I'm in favor. Like you could probably get me to agree with almost any tenant protection law. Like you could throw some in stage. You could give me a law saying that like a tenant has the right to prima noctis over the landlord's wife, and I'd be like, that seems fair to me. You're paying them like $3,500 a month. That seems fair to me. Yeah. So I mean, like, I'll agree to like any protection, basically. You're anti-rent freeze, right? No, I'm pro rent freeze. I mean, unless it's done like in a stupid way, but I guess I'd believe that with any, you know, any law or policy. You know what the ultimate tenant law is? No landlords. Oh, yeah, but then there can't be any tenants. If there are no landlords, there can be no tenants because there's no one to rent the house from. And then in order to move, you have to buy a property, which really sucks if you're 18 years old and trying to flee your abusive family. I'm just like there's a reason why rental properties exist. I'm just saying, like it's not it's yeah. That's all. Again, like you can. I'm not saying you can't hate your landlord. Have I ever said you can't hate cops? Have I ever said you can't hate cops? Come on. So we take a step back and take a broad perspective. Oh, I advocate for a solution. Housing rented to the state, you probably know wouldn't change the systemic incentive of capitalism. I'm not sure what you mean. Decommodifying housing would like be huge. It would be like an unprecedented step towards um freedom and dignity and equality for everyone. And making sure the government owns all the land, but you rent from them and there are like strict legal protections allowing it. Like that would, if done well, that would be like an unbelievable um step towards broader decommodification. Dare I say it's socialism? You know, it'd be big. So Singapore? People keep mentioning Singapore. I need to learn what the fuck is going on over there. I don't know. Why rent if it's decommodified make houses public good? Sure, yeah, like you could say rent, I mean, for a pittance, and there would be houses that are provided free by the state. I think that the government still needs to rent because then it effectively becomes a tax. Like you're paying your taxes either way, right? Maybe the rent could be percentage based. The money needs to circulate. That's the whole point of it. Money has to circulate. And I do also think that you have to compensate the government to some extent for residing in a property the government owns if you have the money to do so, because the government is paying like you know sort of what's the term when you're paying because you're not doing something else? Cost benefit? No, not cost benefit. Comparative advantage? No. What's the term? What's the term? No, not upkeep. It's a general term that refers to opportunity cost, right? An opportunity cost in your residency, not to mention upkeep. Right-winger arc? For wanting the government to own all housing? What are we talking about, man? But you're already paying it through taxes? Yeah, but residing in a property the government owns is another service you're using from the government. Another thing you should pay taxes for. It's like a gas tax, right? If you use the road, if you buy gasoline, you're paying in part for the maintenance of the roads. You should rewind. Hey there, bro. Why does it have to be the government that rents it? Can't it be regulated nonprofits that are NGOs? Fuck that. Well, I don't understand. Why would you want a private entity to do it? So the government allows the private entity to own the land, but then I don't know what the point of that would be. It seems like it would just be adding another bureaucracy in. Would you still call yourself a libertarian socialist? Yeah. I mean, I'm describing something that sounds pretty libertarian socialist to me. The car market's collapsing also? Yeah, that's true. I think that's the aversion to government, like aversion to landlords. Guys, we can't be government averse here, okay? This doesn't seem that different from universal healthcare and structure. It's not. It's the same. It's the same basic principle as single payer healthcare. Yeah. The idea being like, you know, you'd still have private construction companies or whatever, but by having the government manage the transaction at the point of sale, you standardize the entire process and allow it to be like the government takes it through, you know, taxes. Yeah, 100%. Does Vosh really believe in the nonsense you could have markets without commodities? What are you on about? Why are you talking as though I'm not here? What are you hello? I'm trapped in the damn fucking conversation cube, okay? I can feel the walls, but I can't see them. What are we doing? But the thing is, this still maintains capitalism in place. It literally do you think it's capitalism that you have to pay for a stamp at USPS? The state still has an incentive to reduce services to reduce costs. But in practice, that's just not really how it works. Like the government agencies aren't necessarily subject to the same cost pressures. But also, that's not capitalism. Capitalism isn't the system where you try to reduce costs. That's every system. Like there will never be a version of an economy where people are like, we should just spend an amount of money or time or effort on a thing with no consideration for reducing the cost at the input. Like communists would do the same thing. They would also like, oh, we have like the centrally controlled factory. This is the factory that makes the boots. Is there a way we can cut down on the amount of leather that's put into each boot so we can produce more boot, or like produce the same amount of boots for cheaper? That's always the case. You should tip the landlord, yeah, especially if the landlord's the government. What are we talking about? I don't know. We're warming up, you know. We're warming up. Capitalism is a system in which the primary creation of wealth is represented through the exchange of goods and services for a price. No, it's not. Capitalism is the system with the private control of the means of production, which would definitionally not be the case if the government is the one managing the housing. Like what you're describing is a market, but a market has existed well before capitalism and does after. And I mean, I'm also like very much generalizing with my definition of capitalism, but like what you're describing is a component of every economy, not just capitalism. So the USSR wasn't capitalist? What? The USSR was, well, the USSR was state capitalism. I don't understand what we're arguing about right now. If the decommodification of housing would definitionally not be like a capitalistic development. So you want state capitalism? No. What are we talking about? State capitalism is not private ownership. Well, the problem with the USSR is that functionally they just replaced the bourgeoisie with the inner circle of the Communist Party. Like, rather than a person's ownership of property determining their role in the labor hierarchy, it was political proximity to the center of control that did that. So the heads of the party didn't technically own the factories, but they politically controlled them, had control over their production output, distribution, and employment, right? Which means that they functionally controlled them even if they didn't own them. So you basically replicate an incentive structure similar to that of capitalism, but you do so without the technical, technical ownership, which means it is different from, traditional laissez-faire capitalism. But in my opinion, you're still maintaining the same basic distinction between in the labor hierarchy, Decommodification, which you rent to the state, which still maintains housing as a commodity to be bought and sold. Housing is not a commodity if the government provides it at like a stable, regulated rate. That doesn't. It's not a commodity then. What if the family has like 9 kids and needs a large house? Would they pay the government the same as someone with a smaller house? Probably not. Fuck ass having 9 kids. Yeah, it is because it's a service to be bought and sold. Dog, capitalism is not when currency is exchanged. Every economy ever has had currency that's exchanged. If we had universal healthcare, but you paid a pittance every time you went there as a kind of disincentive to overuse the system, that would not make the healthcare that you're getting like a market commodity, because the amount that you're paying isn't necessarily a reflection of a supply and demand price curve. Like, what we're talking about here isn't housing decommodification, where the government is like trying to maximize the rent on every property that it has or whatever. It just means there's an amount that you pay as like a baseline for getting in. But that doesn't mean that it's being susceptible to market pressures, and it certainly doesn't mean that it's being like treated as a private speculative asset. The incentive structure here is completely different. There are tons and tons of government-run services that just run at a flat rate and aren't really subject to market pressures. The USPS, basically everything that goes through the military, like military cafeterias, military grocery stores. There are tons of services, stuff the VA does. Yes, it is. Have you read Capital? Okay, you're really pulling this card on me? I've read Capital 50 times. I wrote Capital. Come on. What are we talking about here? Also, why wouldn't the government make the rent higher? It needs profit. You sound to me like you have limited experience with the real world. Even today, right now, in America, which is a very capitalist and very evil country, there are tons and tons of government services that have a specific rate for which they operate if you engage with them, which does not mean that they are subject to like price maximization. What you're describing is just wrong. You're assuming that the government, if it charges anything for anything, would operate in exactly the same way as a private market trying to maximize profit, and that is just incorrect. It's factually incorrect. It doesn't. We don't need to argue theory. The real world disagrees with what you're saying here. Listen. To be clear, okay. Even though I think you're being a smarmy little shit, I think that the motivating force behind your disagreement is well intentioned, and I think that you're engaging in good faith. So there's not an issue there. But it's a very complicated subject, and I disagree that you're maintaining the underlying incentive structure of capitalism if you decommodify something but still have some kind of price gate for entry. I just don't think that's true. But you know, it's how about we talk about it more later? Can we do that? I didn't really expect to get caught on this for 36 minutes at the beginning of stream, but you know, I acknowledge it's an extremely complicated subject, and I'm happy to talk about it more later, you know? Commodity production implies markets. I think it's listen, I don't really believe in a moneyless society because I think you do need a currency to ease the friction in the exchange of goods and services that are not strictly deregulated by the government. Like things are not naturally decommodified. In order for something to be decommodified, it has to be provided by the state or by some entity that can provide it. Like it naturally, if there is a thing people want and there is a scarcity to it, people will compete over it and there will be a price to it, if you imagine, right? The government has to specifically provide things for them to be decommodified. And you get that by pooling your resources, you know. But I don't think that the government can ever decommodify everything. Sure, housing, healthcare, food, great. But can the government decommodify everything? What about carpets and rugs? What about tools? What about, God, I don't know, clothing, everything, like just everything in the world, right? Probably not. The government can't provide everything, you know? Nor could it provide fairly, I think, a stipend that would allow you to retrieve everything for free. I think that the most we can hope for, and I'm imagining in my head right now, I'm imagining a lovely world. I'm not in any way suggesting that the world I'm describing is bad. Labor vouchers, dog. Labor vouchers are a kind of currency. Labor vouchers instead of currency. Wake the fuck up. Dude, I don't believe in prisons. I believe in anarcho police that enforce the anarcho laws so that if you break them, you go to a narco prison and an anarcho executioner, anarcho kills your ass. Like, no. Labor vouchers are a kind of non-capital reinvestment accruing currency. I'm not arguing this, okay? The point that I'm making is that the decommodification applies to specific things that everyone needs, and then you have your commodity markets for fun stuff like, I don't know, cock rings and novelty fucking Japanese letter openers, okay? Whatever you prefer, all right? Thought you were going to talk about it more later. You're right. And there will always be people trying to fleece you in the open market, okay? That's just part of life. Fuck, that's good. Okay. Housing ramble. Good opener. Is that mug 3D printed? No, it's clay. Bernie spoke with Claude. Oh, I saw a clip of this. Didn't he like... He asked the phone if it's doing crimes, and the phone said yes. Which is super funny.
Claude, this is Senator Bernie Sanders. I have been taking a hard look at how AI impacts American society in terms of economics and job loss, in terms of the mental health of our kids, in terms of what it will do to the...
This is a hellscape? Yeah, it's pretty funny, though.
Political process. What I want to talk to you about is another issue, and that is the impact of AI on privacy. I want to know, among other things, just how much of the information that AI collects is being used.
This is what he was doing while not endorsing Kat Abigail. This is what Bernie was up to while he was fomenting another tweet where he condemns, quote, Netanyahu's war. Whatever country Netanyahu is, yeah. I saw. The vid's actually, like, boring as shit to watch. It's conceptually funny. It's just like, hey, like you could get the same results by Googling. Are AI companies stealing your data, violating privacy law, blah, blah. Yes? Okay, yeah. He's like 1 million years old, you know, whatever. I'm glad he's having fun. 1 million views. Huh, all right, well, people like it. People like it.
CNN has learned that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East.
We're sending more troops. This is from 1 hour ago. This is real.
Comes just a day after President Trump said this about deploying more troops to the region.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops.
It also
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Is this from the Oval Office convo he had with Japan's PM where he made the Pearl Harbor joke? That was based, by the way. I don't give a fuck how angry everyone else pretends to be. The more you remind Japanese politicians of World War II, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Fuck those pieces of shit.
also comes just hours after President Trump shared on Truth Social that the fight to stop nuclear-powered Iran is, quote, militarily won. CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky joins us now. Haley, what's the latest? What are you learning?
Yeah, so Boris, we're learning that the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit off the West Coast is heading towards the region now. This is the second MEU going towards the Middle East. The 31st has already left from the Pacific going towards the region. We don't quite know when it'll get there, of course, what exactly it will do. We're still asking if it will stay in the region, if the military will have 2 of these Marine rapid response forces there. Certainly it raises questions about boots on the ground options, as that's the first thing people think of when they think of these MEUs. But these units are really kind of the Swiss Army knives of the Marines and of the military. They can provide aviation logistics support. So they provide commanders a lot.
The Pearl Harbor clip I saw. Did you see they want to unsanction Iranian oil? Yeah, incredibly funny. Maybe it's the Iranian century.
And he was a very good friend. But one question, why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me. No, you believe in surprise, I think, much more so than us.
But they did tell him. He was just, he was a sperm at the time, so he couldn't receive the information, you know? Prenatal sperm cell that will be Donald Trump in the future receiving a telekinetic samurai message in 1942? Warning him.
Of options, a lot we still don't know.
41, thank you. 41. Man, that was stupid of them, huh? I know the Soviets probably would have beaten Germany anyway, but we were pretty big on the Japanese.
About this deployment, but it certainly provides a lot of options to Admiral Bradley Cooper of CENTCOM.
It also raises questions about how long this engagement might go. We heard President Trump say it would be a matter of weeks. Now there are questions about whether this is going to be prolonged.
That's right. I mean, we still don't know.
The constant media apologism, questions as to whether this will be prolonged, as if the White House has not already said 1,000 times that we could be here forever.
How long this is going to go. We hear Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying it could be 4 weeks, it could be 5 weeks, it could be 3 weeks. Obviously, we're nearing the 4th week point at this point. But they keep saying, we keep hearing from these senior officials that, as we just heard from the president, this is essentially won, that the conflict is, you know, there's fewer targets to hit. But still, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. Yeah. We just saw yesterday an F-35, U.S. F-35.
The Japanese basically did what U.S. has done to Iran. I still think it's incredibly funny that people ask me incredulously, do you really think Israel's just going to keep attacking its neighbors forever? Like, isn't that insane? Why would they do that? When the last time fascist countries really started war on a global stage, Germany invaded the USSR and America was bombed by Japan. As if this ideology doesn't have a very strong and well-established historical precedent of starting fights that it can't win.
had to make an emergency landing after sources say it was believed to be hit by Iranian fire. So there's certainly a lot still happening on the ground here, and these units moving in will just provide more options for what the president decides to do next.
Haley Britsky, thanks so much for that reporting.
CNN's Kevin Liptak joins me from the White House. And Kevin, let me go to you first. And more Marines, like we were saying, making their way to the Middle East as administration, of course, pushes.
Was Japan fascist, though? Japan arguably was more fascist than Germany or Italy. If you talk about like a pure distillation of the person is an arm of the state, like a person is a blood vessel in the veins of the state, like Japan might have actually, they committed to that way the fuck harder than Germany or Italy did. Yeah, they were like a pure death cult.
So we've been talking about for extra funding, some $200 billion. Bring us up to date with the very latest. What do we know, first of all, about this deployment?
Right, and this will be the second, what they call a Marine Expeditionary Unit that's now headed towards the Middle East. There is another one that is deploying from Asia and heading in that direction. So it will bring the total number of Marines tasked to these units to about 4,500, and it will add to the about 50,000 American troops that are already in the Middle East. Now, what exactly these Marines will be tasked with, it's not clear. And it comes...
Dog, they're an expeditionary force of Marines. What do you think they're going to be doing? Manning artillery? What do you think they're going to be doing? Fucking firing the interceptors? They exist for one purpose. We are preparing for a ground invasion of Iran. We might pull the plug on it, but that is what they are being brought there for. There is no reason to bring Marines over otherwise. They're not going to just sit there and man like missile stations or whatever.
Of course, as the president does seem to be weighing whether to order a ground operation inside Iran, whether it's to secure Karg Island, that very critical area that the administration thinks would put pressure on the Iranian regime, or to go into Iran to try and retrieve some of the highly enriched nuclear material that is buried far underground. That is certainly something that those Marines could be doing, but it is
insane, absolutely deranged. In any sane society, this person would be dragged off of the camera right now with like a cane around his neck. What are the Marines doing? Oh, they're part of this very necessary project where we're going to dig 1 mile underground inside Iran's territory to pull out some enriched uranium. There's already uranium underground, man. That's where they pull it from. That's where they get the uranium from. The ground. If you want to get it, do you like really think about what he's saying here? Rather than the Marines are going to be used for a boots on the ground invasion, they're part of this like extraction force where they're going to dig hundreds of feet underground. What are they going to do? Set up a mining outpost? We collapse those tunnels. They're just going to dig. What are you talking about? Insane. Besant mentioned it today. Well, yeah, because they're trying to make it sound as though this is being done for WMD purposes. Oh, you mean Karg Island?
Is laser focused on it. As I said, there was a bombing campaign last week. The military assets on Karg Island were destroyed. And the other thing I can tell you, if you're an oil worker, you don't want to work there. So all the oil workers there are being coerced to stay there. And, we will see what happens with whether that eventually becomes a U.S. asset.
What would be...
Fucking Besant and every other White House official. Yeah, we're planning on invading Iran. CNN talking head. I wonder if they're trying to extract the enriched uranium from 500 feet underground to preserve the safety of the region and prevent them from developing them into nuclear weapons. How interesting.
It's not necessarily what they're going to be doing. They also have tasks like aviation support, logistics support, all of these other areas that they could potentially be ordered up to do once they arrive. But it all seems to be demonstrating that the president is reinforcing the American troop posture in the region as this war grinds on. We're about to enter the 4th week of this conflict. The president and other administration officials have said that it could last last between 4 and 6 weeks. So we are, in about a week's time, nearing the window when, according to the administration's own estimates, it could be winding down. But certainly this decision to send these troops into the region suggests that it may not be ending anytime quickly.
The president said yes.
Just nothing. You realize he said absolutely nothing there, right? CNN's there's a sick part of me that enjoys watching CNN when it comes to anything involving Israel, because this is such a deeply captured media organization. Like, the people here know what they're not allowed to say, but they don't have anything else to say. You know what I mean? They haven't been given a script to fill. Fox News gets to fill the script with oorah pro-President Trump stuff. CNN can't do that, but they also can't say what's actually happening, so they have to just say nothing. They have to act like they're always super confused. We don't know what's going on. I mean, Israel, America, every White House official, everyone has said that this is Israel's war and that Israel pushed us into it, and they're going to keep doing war and keep mowing the grass forever, and that we're doing this for Israel. But we don't know what's going on, and we can't mention that. What's going on? Yeah, it's like Tucker Carlson, man. Genuinely, they're doing Tucker Carlson's bit, except without the follow through. These lunatics. Anyway, yes. Pete Hegseth did ask. The Pentagon is asking for a cool $200 billion so that we can keep fighting in Iran. Just $200 billion more to Israel and to the MIC.
To that point on capabilities, you know, Iran is an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by a radical ideology, they've spent that money instead of investing in their people. That's why you had millions of Iranians protesting, because they felt like their quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be. And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, because they took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that in historic proportions. But it doesn't mean they won't still have some and try to hold people at issue, which is why we're fighting every single day to continue to compel. And you mentioned embassies and consulates. Unlike previous administrations, we are doubling and tripling down on ensuring that our people, regardless of their Department of War, Department of State, whatever they do, are secure in those facilities. And the best defense is a good offense. And so we're not afraid to go after and kill anybody, and we have a lot of them attempting to target our diplomatic facilities. Iran, you know, we're not surprised that they would indiscriminately target, and we're still seeing that. Jerry.
In a speech in which he is asking for $200 billion additional dollars. Fucking incredible. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate the footballification of our government. Hegseth is uniquely dumb. That is true. $200 billion. I wonder how many Democrats are going to vote for this. Did you see Hegseth's pastor wants James Tallarico to be killed? Yes. Schumer said no already. He's folded before. Yeah, literally all of the money that we've given you. It's more than all of the money that we've given to Ukraine. $200 billion. The cost of the war in Iran's rapidly grown, exceeding $11 billion the first week alone. This is a lie, by the way. Anytime you get like on-the-spot figures for how much a war costs, mentally triple it. In the long run, this is going to end up being way the fuck more expensive. All right? It has not only been $11 billion. Yummy. The Iraq war turned out to cost 4 times more than reports at the time. Yeah. They always underestimate. Given how dishonest our government is now, it's possible that the disparity is going to be even greater. Who knows? Hey, River. Whoop. So do these costs translate to profits? For some companies, yeah. For Israeli and American military companies, yeah, for sure, 100%. I mean, it's possible that it's also in the long run going to be profiting or profitable for Iran too, considering the fact that we're considering unsanctioning their oil to alleviate the strain on international oil prices. That's so funny. It really is. You mean Russia? No, I mean Iran. Really stepped in the hornet's nest. Here.
And the U.S. is considering removing sanctions from Iranian oil that's stranded on tankers currently. The move would aim to increase the global supply and lower prices. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had this to say during an interview with Fox Business.
In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water. It's about 140 million barrels. So depending on how you count it, that's 10 days to 2 weeks of supply that the Iranians had been pushing out. That would have all gone to China. In essence, we will be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians to keep the price down for the next 10 or 14 days as we continue this campaign.
Against the Iranians?
Oil prices have been above $100 a barrel for much of the past 2 weeks as Iran targets tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. The Treasury made a similar move recently, allowing the sale of sanctioned Russian oil stranded on tankers. The department said the release added 130 million barrels to global supplies. Bessent also pointed to last week's coordinated.
It added oil to the supplies, but the oil went to like China and India and such, and the money went to Russia and Iran. Is he implying the U.S. will steal that oil? Nah, we won't. We're not in a position to steal that oil. If we tried seizing an Iranian tanker, you know what Iran would do? They'd blow it the fuck up. Oh yeah, not even to mention the fact that we're considering a fucking export ban.
Stephen, welcome to the programme. I want to get to your line in your research. The Brent WTI spread says everything, diplomacy won't. Stephen, just build on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So the Brent market is now the benchmark for the seaborne of oil we don't necessarily use, so we don't have a use for it, so we're not going to burn it, so inventories will just build.
Okay, no plan to implement restrictions on oil and gas exports. It's been bandied about a little bit. China and Thailand already banned their exports. Yeah, but we're much more reliant on our exports. You know, there's a much larger chain that we participate in because we produce so much oil here. Well, whatever the case may be. What do you think about Russia sending oil tankers to Cuba? I think that's great. We're unironically like starving out Cuba. We're doing the kind of shit like we don't hear about it in American media because it's American media, but we're doing like civilizationally evil shit to Cuba right now. Since 62. Yeah, but we're doing it even more now. We're blocking, we're preventing allied countries like Mexico from sending resources to Cuba. Like we're being satanic. All because Rubio wants to wipe his balls on the island. You'll think they'll intercept the flotilla or just let them go? I don't know. Look at how much it's costing to maintain the seized Venezuelan oil tankers. The cost of maintaining just one aging ship has already reached 47 million. That's funny. All right, hold on. There's so much to cover. Let me send that over to the boys. Sending over first segment, the second one from this chunk. Sends. Trump deploys more Marines. Seth asks for 200 billion or something type shit. Sent and sent. There we go. Okay. Okay, already getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here. One of the stupidest comments Trump has made in a while. Kalshi was ruled gambling in a Nevada court. Of course Nevada is going to rule Kalshi gambling. They want people to be gambling in casinos, not on their phones.
Well, overall, you know, we don't use the strait. We don't. The United States. We don't need it. Europe needs it. Korea, Japan, China, a lot of other people. So they'll have to get involved a little bit on that one. Well, overall, you know, we don't use.
At some point, the world has to unite against us. I hope that, like, there are people out there, heads of state, powerful financiers and so on, who understand that opposing the United States now might still lead to a 50-year global economic collapse, but allowing people like this to rule the world, what might lead to a fucking 200-year global economic collapse, you know? This is a level of, I guess, civilizational suicide that you have to, you just can't let it, you can't allow it to fester. You can't allow this to happen. God. Okay, I already have 1 billion tabs open. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, the F-35 that Iran shot down. Incredibly funny. They did the Hegseth Pentagon bit of Aura posting. They posted to Twitter the video of them tracking and shooting down the F-35, which is really, really, really funny. The F-35 was so fucking expensive that so much money was given over to the MIC for it. And what do we get for it, you know? Oh, turns out it's not so invulnerable. Only damaged it, I think. A damaged jet is not going to fly for a long time. $1 trillion. They did it with Chinese weapons too, apparently. God bless them. Hopefully this keeps those pilots a little more scared. I gotta close my door, man. Bagheera's yelling. Yelling. Yeah, but the pilot isn't dead. That's the thing. Yeah, but the lesson here is that, like, they're not invulnerable. That's the point. You know, the F-35 is a very advanced jet. Iran has basically said, like, hey, you know, just so you know, we can track you. The perceived invulnerability is falling apart. Just another like little fucking needle on the haystack or whatever, or another straw, I guess, on the camel's back. Serbia did the same in '99 and made an incredible poster about. Not to support the Serbs in any way. The F-35 flew over the same route repeatedly. Are you, respectfully, are you people being thick? It's a propaganda point. It's not Iran is now capable of taking on the U.S. Air Force. It's Iran has issued a reminder that we are not literally invulnerable. That's the point. That's the point. It literally feels like the $800 billion of U.S. budget aren't worth anything. U.S. military force may be a lot less impressive than the sheer number may imply. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, the amount of money we give our military contractors doesn't necessarily translate into military power. We've revealed that we're a paper tiger, for sure. Yeah, we have very impressive toys, but we don't do any of the back-end logistical work that would be necessary to make us a truly fearsome military force. If we really wanted to be a terrifying military, we would have scaled back R&D and spent much more on just replenishing stocks of equipment that we know works. Like, we probably would be 10 times as strong as we are now in conventional warfare if, rather than developing past, say, whatever it was we were working on in the late 90s, we just kept building up like early post-Cold War military tech and just made sure we had 1 billion of every type of ammunition and every rocket and so on. But the reason why we don't do that is because once we know how much it costs to produce a rocket or a missile or a piece of ammunition, the company selling it to us can no longer fleece us for it. R&D is the big, spooky, speculative number. You can pay anything for R&D. How much does it cost to make the F-35? $1 trillion? 1.5 trillion? Who knows? You can give them any amount of money. But once you know how much a bullet or a shell or a rocket costs, there's not as much of a profit margin in just churning those out. Not to mention we barely have any factories in this country. Compared to China, obviously, our international, peer, China could produce an unfathomable amount of ammunition and military equipment if they wanted to, because they just have the ability to develop them. We don't really have that. We barely produce enough. We might be able to shift into it if we wanted to. How can you be a socialist when capitalism has given us the greatest gift of all, militarily handicapping America? I do think it is funny and a little bit grim that we are losing the post-Cold War military arms race to Russia. Or to put it another way, the ghost of the Soviet Union has been better about military procurement than we are. Like, we're running desperately low on ammunition, interceptors, other critical stuff less than a month into this conflict. Meanwhile, Russia has kept up a 3-year artillery siege on Ukraine just by plunging all of their old stockpiles. It's like a fucking Hearts of Iron 4 bit. It's like a pulley ball bit. You know what I mean? Soviet Union just dusts off another ancient factory or warehouse filled with 2 trillion, artillery rounds and keeps at it. Yeah, the AK-47. They made a fucking unbelievable number of those. They're everywhere. Meanwhile, are we currently trying to develop some like top-tier army rifle that's going to be our next mainline battle rifle, but it's shit and everyone says there are problems with it? All those stockpiles have gotten them as more dead Russians in 4 square inches. Yeah, but my point is that if we tried to do what Russia did with our comparable level of development, we would have faltered much faster. Like, if America was in Russia's place with Russia's economy, but with our, I guess, procurement strategy, we would have faltered so much earlier. Yeah, we would have run out of 556. We forgot. The Pentagon's like, fuck, I didn't think we'd need more than 1 million 556 rounds. 1 million is so many. It's pronounced 556. You caught me. I haven't played Arma 3. Aviation autist here. Stealth is just a marketing propaganda word. Stealth can be detected on a radar, but the actual stealth part is the radar has a hard time. Yeah, I do think it's funny that Trump seems to believe that a stealth jet is actually invisible, like optically invisible, you know? Well, no, dementia, that's my point. Like, the American military would be a lot stronger than it is now if we just if we invested in domestic production for the ammunition that we know works. You know what I mean? Once we settle on a type of ammunition for anything, your rockets, missiles, ammunition, you figure out what you need, you stick with it, you build the factories, and then you just make a lot of it. But we don't. Historically, we have been bad at doing that. We used to do it. We did it in World War II. We did it in the Korean and Vietnam Wars to an extent. But we've gotten bad at it because, like, who challenges us, you know? The military, the Pentagon is basically just a blank check for military contractors these days. There's not really any like external incentive pressure to better yourself. That's the consequence of the Cold War ending. You know what I mean? Without a real threat abroad, the military stops being a system that defends America, quote unquote, right? And now it starts being just a full speculative vehicle. You're overstating the case somewhat. Every major war has had a shell crisis. Okay, I feel like people, maybe you guys are getting my goat a little bit today. You're yanking my chain a little bit. Okay, I want to be clear. The problem we have right now with ammunition procurement is worse than it used to be. Much, much worse than it was in previous wars. It is a fact that we've been scaling back production on our like key munitions, whatever you prefer. That is a fact. Stop arguing with me. You're just, please. It's true. We're less than a month in, man. We're already, dude. We're like, we lost our THAAD systems. We're pulling them from fucking Korea. Interceptors running low, missiles running low. Pentagon's already asking for 200 billion more. Meanwhile, the Soviet stockpiles, they're still dusting off. They're getting like czarist Russia fucking iron cannonballs from a warehouse right now in Russia. They're supplying their most recent batch of conscripts with muskets. They hold on to stuff, you know? Costs $500 to give a GI a haircut. You're describing Soviet military dogma. Make something simple that works, make a metric fuck ton of it. But that's smart! The AK-47 is maybe the most famous gun in the history of the world because the Soviets made something that worked and then just made a lot of it. And now it's everywhere, and it's super cheap and abundant. Overproduction and logistics always beat out fancy technology, you know? People say it's not the weapon that wins the war, it's the communication. Well, you know what's more important than the communication? Having 50,000 tanks. Do you think this is also a consequence of financialization? Oh my God, absolutely. That's like the nature of the problem. Yeah. As soon as it became clear to the United States that we were untouchable and there was no country on earth that could beat us, like the only way the Soviet Union could ever be, initially during the Cold War, there was a fear, though I think a largely unfounded fear, but still a fear, that the Soviet Union could invade westward past the Iron Curtain and take Western Europe. That was like a big fear. That was for like 30 years. That was like a major concern, to the point we placed nukes in Turkey, right? That's what led to the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was a big concern. But as we got into the later years of the Cold War, it became apparent to America that we were unrivaled. Our economy was like the Soviets were not keeping up with it. The Soviets were being drawn down in Afghanistan. They could not keep up with us in terms of procurement or technology. We were going to win out. The only real threat the Soviets posed was nuclear, right? So obviously, like that was still on the table. But in terms of conventional warfare, we were obviously ahead. So the Cold War ends, the Soviet Union collapses, and we no longer have any threat. Nothing in the world can challenge the American conventional military. We have Operation Desert Storm. And what happens? Along with our allies, America fucking dismantles the fourth largest military in the world. Like Iraq, like the fucking, it's like a discombobulate. It was like the fucking Sherlock Holmes, Robert Downey Jr. scene, you know? Fucking, they didn't stand a chance. Iraq didn't stand a chance. In like fucking a week, we just took apart the fourth largest military on earth. Us, the Soviets, I forget who was third, probably China, Iraq. And we took Iraq apart. We dismantled them. So we had no reason to fear anybody in terms of conventional warfare. So As soon as it's clear we're not really playing for keeps anymore, the Pentagon just becomes a big blank check for military contractors who can demand outrageous amounts of money for any kind of procurement they want. Why do something boring like build more ammunition when you can just, you know, invest an undefined amount of money into you know, future tech? Iraq in 91 had a larger and more modern air force than Iran does today. Basically what I'm saying is that the modern American military would lose to Iraq back then. And that's not even a joke. That's genuinely not an exaggeration. I think that is true. Because we're losing strategically right now to Iran. And Iraq back then was more developed than Iran is today. We're a lot less competent now, too. That's also true. Oh, yeah. Add the actual superpower video. Close your eyes if you're Russian. This video just reads as cope now because we can't do shit in Iran. Iraq had very different terrain to Iran. Yeah? I'm just trying to make a point about how our military is degraded, guys. I feel like I'm trying to make a broad point. There's a lot of nuance to be made. I feel like you guys are really getting my goat today. It's the third time. Anytime I'm trying to make a broad point, an objectively correct point, like the broader subject of discussion here, the financialization and poor procurement of the American military, a widely studied phenomenon, not just me saying this. You know, we're arguing about what? What are we arguing about? Logistics wins wars. I don't know why we're looking at this. It's a bit, though. The EU's rearming. Do you think they can build militaries that aren't as decrepit as the US? I don't know. Who knows? I hope they're having fun. Agree, but Russia's not an example. They famously lost the Kiev battle because of logistics. Their stockpiles of old shit are practically emptied. Yeah, but I don't think America could have lasted 3 years in a comparable conflict. Like, if America was in a gigantic, protracted conflict with a neighboring country and we went for 3 years, we would have run out of ammunition so much earlier than Russia did. Like, so much earlier than Russia did. Didn't Operation Desert Storm cause a recession and lose H.W. Bush a second term? It wasn't really Desert Storm that caused that recession. It was the invasion of Kuwait and the burning of the oil fields. But I think the Desert Storm was by and large like pretty fair. Seemed like it was, yeah, you can't really let Saddam Hussein. Like, I was in favor of Desert Storm, or I am now in favor of Desert Storm for the same reason that I am now in favor of an invasion and occupation of Israel. Basically, I don't think you should have, like, crazy regional dictators invading all the world's oil-producing countries. You know, it's probably bad. You don't want megalomaniacs trying to rewrite the maps over there in the Middle East. That's probably not good. It was also the no new taxes. Yeah, well, taxes are good. Taxes should be higher. To be fair, Vosh, the difference here versus 91 is that Trump is doing some weird unplanned pretend invasion where he's trying to do like Obama airstrikes but to win a war. Iraq 91 put 700,000 men on the ground. Okay. But the point I'm making is that if we tried to invade a country with 700,000 people right now, it wouldn't work because we don't have the logistical networks that are necessary to maintain that kind of occupation. We don't have the supply lines that we used to. We no longer invest in them. It's very much like our trade networks across the country, where in the interest of speculatively investing and reducing the costs of every one of these networks, we've streamlined them for optimal profit seeking, the highest level of efficiency possible. But it also means they're very susceptible to disruption, you know? Like right now, our economy is so efficient, but so fragile that we can, like, Amazon can fucking, deliver anything anywhere in a day or whatever, across America. But even a tiny little faltering at any one of the naval checkpoints around the world can cause a global economic disruption. Like, it's kind of crazy that the Suez being blocked for a couple of days is all it takes to knock out the global economy. That shit would be like a blip 100 years ago. 100 years ago, like, oh, the Suez is blocked for a few days. Okay, so the stuff that would have taken 3 weeks to get to America instead takes 3 weeks, 4 days. It wouldn't be as big of a deal. I'm not saying it would be no deal. I'm just saying it wouldn't be as big of a deal. That's what happens when you make systems ultra efficient, right? You run them, there are no redundancies, you run them to the thinnest possible margin. You make them very fragile. And I think that we're dealing with that at like every level of procurement, Doesn't help that everything has a futures market. Yeah, no, it really doesn't. The price we pay for a hyper-efficient economy is a loss of redundancy. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Suez blockage is funny in hindsight. How does that happen? Well, there's an internet historian video on it, A while ago, you said war is the only real test of merit. Yeah, well, it's like, I don't know. Like the interpersonal analogy would be that a person can puff themselves up as much as they want, but at the end of the day, you find out how good a fighter is by putting them in a fight, right? Like America can build up whatever it wants. It can globalize its economy. It can, dump trillions of dollars into the Pentagon. But at the end of the day, you see how we do in an actual conflict. And right now, we're hideously failing. In our like every strategic objective. What were we even talking about? The Ever Given? We were talking about like F-35s or something. Oh my god, I have so many fucking tabs in the economy. Before the US went into World War II, they fired a huge chunk of the pre-war generals in the military because they were not competent for actual war. I'd like to read up on that at some point. I think we've always been a paper tiger to some extent. It's been getting worse since Vietnam. Certainly. Vance on gas prices. Trump on gas prices.
We're not giving a nuclear weapon to terrorist thugs, and we're knocking the hell out of them. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their leaders are gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, everything's gone.
And no, I expected worse, actually.
Jesus Christ, that audio. I expected worse, actually. Is that him talking about gas prices?
And no, I expected worse, actually.
Their leaders are gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, everything's gone.
And no, I expected worse, actually.
Jesus. I can't deal with that audio. Yeah, I thought oil prices would go much higher when I did this. They're still going up.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Brett Cass with WXYZ here in Detroit. Thank you for taking questions. We're seeing gas prices here climbing at home, in particular here in Metro Detroit with what's going on with Iran and the impacts in the Strait of Hormuz. What is the administration doing to help keep gas prices down, and where do you see gas prices going here in the near future?
Well, the President of the United States has been crystal clear about this. Look, gas prices are up. And we know they're up, and we know that people are hurting because of it, and we're doing everything that we can to ensure that they stay lower. I will say, the President said this, and I certainly agree with it. This is a temporary blip, okay? What happened under the Biden administration is the gas prices were high for 4 years. Gas prices are higher right now, and frankly, they're not even as high as they were during certain parts of the Biden administration because of what's going on in the Middle East. It's not going to last.
Biden was so absent during his own administration and is so present in this administration as his memory is invoked over and over again by Trump and by Vance. I swear to God, he's actually more of a cultural influence now than he was between 2020 and 2024.
Forever, we're going to take care of business. We're going to come back home. And when that happens, you're going to see energy prices come back down to reality. But in the meantime, we got a problem. We know that we have a problem. We're doing everything that we can to address it. A couple of steps that we've taken just in the last couple of weeks is that we actually worked with a lot of our allies all over the world who are suffering from this, frankly, more than we are, because unlike the United States, where we've pursued an energy dominance agenda, you've got a lot of people all over the world who have focused on a lot of green energy scams, and they're hurting a lot more than we are. So as much as we got to focus on
Spain, which has invested the most in solar energy of all the EU countries relative to its domestic grid, is experiencing the lowest fluctuation in its electrical prices.
On getting these gas prices down. The reality is overseas they're feeling it far worse than we did because we had.
How does that work? Well, this is like Republican ideology distilled to its purest essence, which is that their agenda makes your life worse, but it's fine as long as it makes a foreigner's life even more worse. That's always been what they've pitched you. Time and time again, Republican presidencies lead to massive deficit spending and recessions over and over again. They produce no jobs, they tank the economy, but and it's often, this is true, minorities are hurt more than you are. So stick with it,
We've taken the steps to protect our energy economy. So for example, what we did working with these allies, that we released hundreds of millions of barrels out of all these petroleum reserves so that we could put some downward pressure on prices. We're working on a number of things. In fact, a couple of things that I think will be announced in just the next 24 to 48 hours. I don't want to get ahead of the president on that, but we recognize this is an issue. We are fighting against it, and we promise that when this conflict draws to a close, when this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality, because that's what the president promised to do. He delivered an energy dominant agenda. It's made us much more secure in the face of these things. But yeah, we got a rough road ahead of us for the next few.
They're going to be talking like this in 2.5 years as well. They're not going to stop. There's no amount of reality that's going to uncook this situation. Spain's a role model in weathering Iranian oil shocks. Yeah, looking pretty good. Look at that. Very little disruption to their grid because they have so much solar for the most part. France has nuclear, and they benefited from that. But, yeah. No, the economy is doing quite poorly as well. And not just with regard to gas prices. Inflation estimates in the future have been skyrocketing. Investors are now betting overall U.S. inflation over the next 12 months will surge above 5%. That would be crazy, but it's probably going to happen. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Rice and beans. Rice and beans. Just gotta lump up all of the econ-related tabs I have over here on the side. A top Republican just told Americans how they should deal with rising gas prices under Trump. Maybe take one less trip to Starbucks. Let's try to be patriots about this. Incredibly funny. Fucking MAGA Maoism rearing its head again. Your kid only needs 2 toys, not 40 toys. What was it Trump said that one time? Maybe your little girl, she doesn't have 20 dolls, she has 2. She only needs 2 dolls. This was the clip. How the fuck do you people find this shit so quickly, man? Oh, okay. I thought you meant the Trump clip. Gotcha. This is from her.
What are some of the big issues on the minds of voters there in Minnesota?
Well, yeah, you know, look, we've all been told that the word affordability is key, and it is. And right now, I would say, you know, look, we had gas prices at a 5-year low, and we were really enjoying watching that. And now here we are in a conflict in the Middle East, which is bringing gas prices up again. I know it's frustrating, and I know it's hard for people. What I would say to them is we've lost some service members over there who have put their lives on the line to protect us, to protect the region, protect America's friends in the region. We can all, you know, it used to be during the past wars, especially World War II, Americans got behind our servicemen and women, and we did little things to show our support for them. We collected metal, you know, we recycled stuff, aluminum, so that we could, you know, help in the war effort.
The whiplash from Trump will bring about an era of unprecedented abundance to we need to re-engage in wartime rationing has been incredibly fucking funny. Nobody buys this. Nobody, not even the most hardline MAGA patriots will do this. And the reason for that is because A, no one actually cares about this war in Iran. Nobody wants this except for Israel. And B, nobody on the right, the people who actually do support this war, they do not like this country. That's the big difference between wartime patriots back in like World War II and wartime patriots today. Like, MAGA patriots today who are pro-war fucking despise America. Everything they say and everything Trump says about America, all they have to say is that it's a degenerate hellhole full of queers and brown people. Like, they despise this country. Conservatives or people who were in favor of the war effort back in World War II, like, for one, that wasn't just a conservative thing. A lot of people wanted to beat the Nazis, right? That's good. And for two, even for the conservatives, they were still patriotic. Like, they might, you know, be racist as fuck or whatever, but it didn't really translate into this begrudging hatred of America broadly. But nobody loves America anymore. The left doesn't because it's, you know, racist and hasn't done enough Indian land acknowledgements or whatever. And the right doesn't because they think it's full of degenerates and brown people. You know? Nobody's around anymore. What the fuck did I just do? Hello? I just accidentally locked my computer. I need to unbind that button on my keyboard, the one that just locks my PC. I like America. Well, that's good. I'm happy to hear that.
I think right now, at least just kind of keeping a stiff upper lip.
Stiff upper lip.
Take one less trip to Starbucks, and so that gas goes a little further until this thing is over and these gas prices come back down again. Let's just try to be patriots about this. Whether you agree.
Winning message alert, man. Holy shit, I hope they run with this.
Agree with it or not, we're there, and we've got to support our men and women in uniform. That's a big one.
I really, 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 really hope they run with this.
Trump. Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Trump, let's.
Nice beam. I hate these videos so fucking much. I cannot overstate how much I despise these people.
People out here taking pictures, they don't even believe it. $8.
Maybe not these people. I don't know if these people voted for Trump. That lady did, for sure.
$8.21. You might as well get you a horse.
Bro, what you doing? It go right there.
Motherfucking dollars.
Yes, getting crazy and Benjamin Netanyahu. Fuck you, this shit.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Not gonna play with me, bro, because I'm not gonna play. And I don't got nothing to lose. I don't got no family, nigga. I don't got no kids.
Are the streets that bad in every city? I thought Americans cared about car mobility. The streets are that bad in every American city, yeah.
Nigga, I don't got nothing, nigga.
All right, bro. You can slow down. You can slow down.
We got 985 diesel here. 985 diesel? Where are you? Holy shit. How are trucking companies going to survive? They're going to fucking declare force majeure on their deliveries. Jesus Christ.
When will you speak to President Xi of China?
That'll happen. I mean, look, right now, and I told you before, they're having tremendous
I don't despise her. She realizes she's wrong. No, she hasn't. She was okay with everything. The deporting tens of millions of Americans. She only got mad at the gas prices. I think that she's like less than me. Fundamentally, I don't think she should be able to vote. I'm sorry. Actual cattle. Like, we can do whatever we want. We can wars abroad, threaten our allies, whatever. She will support every, like, she supports a person putting a gun to her temple and pulling the trigger, but she doesn't support the bullet hitting her skull. Like, she shouldn't be allowed to make political decisions. She'll vote Republican in 28.
Because their factories are not doing business. They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling us stuff. Much of it we don't need. You know, somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know? And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need.
MAGA Maoism is so fucking back. Just one less trip to Starbucks. I love the beneath me rhetoric. It fuels my soul. I don't know how we get out of this kerfuffle as a planet unless we, okay, I'm overgeneralizing a little bit, but have you, like, I'm really trying not to sound campist, but it is fucked up that when you look at foreign dignitaries or politicians from Iran or China or whatever, their leaders are well-educated and competent, and all of our leaders are subliterate pedophiles. Genuinely. Like, when you look at exchanges between our envoys and theirs, whether they be politicians or diplomats or just news people, right? Consistently, the Americans provide subliterate pedophiles. Our politicians are barely, like, not genuine, like, most of them, I think, probably aren't fully literate. I think that they could not read the bills that they post. Certainly on the Republican side. Probably more on the Democrats, more literate people. But then if you shake that up, I guarantee you that the average Chinese Communist Party bureaucrat is 1,000 times more educated. And that's because we do not value competence in any way in our system. And that is because structurally, we have been incentivizing incompetence at every level because incompetence correlates positively with deference to capital. A competent politician would not sacrifice the country to capital interests. You need people who are incompetent and compliant. And because we've been incentivizing that for decades and decades and decades and decades, and it keeps getting worse and worse because it keeps compounding, because every level of incompetence then eventually meets their limit, right? Somewhat competent politicians who are somewhat deferential to capital go, I don't think that we should start a war with Iran just because Israel wants it to. So you find a new set of politicians who are one step further towards the incompetence, you know, further over into the incompetence spectrum, who will start a war with Iran because Israel wants it. We need more elitism. We need more like, maybe not technocracy, but we need some kind of, we need to start prioritizing excellence again. Because we're seeing, I'm not trying to do an idiocracy bit, but it is a fact that our politicians are all fucking retarded. And old as dirt. And pedophiles. And pedophiles, yeah. Isn't that just a reflection of a lowly educated populace? Yeah, but the reason people are so uneducated is because we've been systemically gutting our educational systems for decades. And that's also because of capital. Like, at every level, it keeps coming back. Our universities are basically just real estate speculation pots with a degree mill attached to them. All the money goes towards fucking sports facilities because they make more money off of people like attending college games or whatever. You know, the average elementary school teacher gets $5 a year and has to pay for school supplies out of her own pocket. No school lunches, nothing. Defund everything. Oh, schools are funded via property taxes? Let's start an anti-property tax movement. That'll help. In California, Florida, Texas, yeah, who fucking cares, right? Who cares if anyone gets educated? Everyone's education is shit. Everyone's stupid. The textbooks are written by like 3 corporations and all of them have ties to the far right. Like, what are you gonna do? Like Pearson, you know? Also, there are dumber countries than the US with more competent leadership. Yeah, because those tend to be countries that have more to lose. America's on top of the world, so we don't need competent leadership. Like, this ship kind of steers itself, or at least we thought it did. That's the problem, right? You need, like, I guarantee you, here's a fact. North Korea's political leadership, very smart people. How do I know? Because if they weren't, they'd be dead. They would be dead due to assassins, foreign or domestic. They would have been overthrown. They need to be smart. They have to be, because if they're not, they'll die. What happens if American politicians are stupid? Nothing. They get to fuck kids and get their book deals anyway. So, though, it's not necessarily a direct correlation between the intelligence of the population. Not to say that the North Korean population's stupid. I imagine they're probably selectively uneducated about the world, though. And the education of the leadership. But we have a uniquely bad combination of we're on top of the world, so there's nothing incentivizing our politicians to actually be competent. But on the other hand, we have a very stupid population because decades of corporate capture has eroded our ability to educate the population. And as a consequence, you know, we kind of have like a runaway loop. We're on a runaway train, man. We're hurtling towards the Gulf, you know? Well, I mean, literally now the Gulf, actually, now that I think about it. It is true culturally we don't value intelligence at all. Yeah. It sounds like such a midwit thing. It sounds so like, just think about it, man. But literally all you have to do, listen to any radio broadcast from the 1930s, 40s, or 50s, or a TV program. Just watch CBS News from the 1960s. I'm serious. Go on you can do it. Go find any coverage of anything from the 1960s. I'm not saying it wasn't propagandistic. The 60s, Cold War, Vietnam, very propagandistic. But the average level of intelligence, the communicative clarity, vastly greater back then. People were, maybe not on average more literate, I would say, but they appealed less to the bottom denominator. Go look at the political debate. Go look at Nixon versus JFK. Gee, Christ. Go look even, well, I wouldn't say Reagan, because Reagan was always more of a like kind of guy in the debates, more so than he was an intelligent interlocutor. But go look at LBJ. Go look at Ford. Go look at, God, well, Nixon was a smart guy, stupid and crazy as he was. Go look at any of them, you know? We did used to be smarter. It was over when Bush hit the scene. I'm telling you, man, go watch Bush. He sounds smarter than any White House official today. In fact, he sounds smarter than basically any Democrat today. I cannot think of any Democrat that communicates with the same coherence that Bush did back during his presidency. Not one. You mean George W. Bush? Bush Jr. What about Rubio? Including Rubio. We're just in a very strong downward spiral right now. You're talking about dem leadership? No, I'm talking about every person from the party. We're in a communicative downward spiral. Nobody reads. The only place that people get their education and their communication from is from either short form video or interpersonal communication. But those are not, it is not good if the only places that you are learning how to communicate are from listening to other people talk. Live streams included. That is not good for your brain. The whole thing that made humans special up here in the long run was by writing, we encode information differently. It takes time and thought to make a paragraph, you know, to really construct something interesting in a literary sense. So by writing it and by reading it, you're expanding the margins of what your brain can understand in a communicative sense. You know, people from the 1960s didn't talk like that because they heard other people talking like that. They talked like that because everyone read back then. They read the newspaper, they read books, they read articles, and not just the modern articles that are written for an 8th grade level. Even Financial Times articles are written at an 8th grade level. Everything is written at an 8th grade level. They read real articles, real in-depth articles. And as a consequence, they knew how to communicate better. Read any letter from Civil War soldiers. Literally, yeah, you can even go back that far, 100%. Even back when a significant portion of the American working class wasn't literate, the ones that were literate, even regular common people, were much better at communicating. Here's Bush v. Gore, 2000. Oh man, I don't want to get too in the weeds on this, but like here, just little thing on Bush. Bush on immigration, sure, why not?
I do believe there will be a rational immigration policy eventually passed. I think there's going to have to be some time. What's interesting about our country, if you study history, is that there are some isms that occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and its evil twin protectionism, and its evil triplet nativism. So if you study the 20s, for example, there was an American First policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe? Well, what happened in Europe mattered eventually because of World War II. There was Smoot-Hawley, which is a part of an economic policy, which basically said we don't want trade. In other words,
and the important thing to keep in mind is this is with him deliberately doing an affected Southern drawl so that he could win stupid Southern Republican voters. Bush went to Yale. He doesn't talk like this normally. He did this deliberately. He dumbed down how he spoke to win voters. But this is him deliberately dumbing down how he speaks. There is more coherent language from him before his presidential run. Jeb does seem dumb, though. My point, okay, the point that I'm making isn't that people are like innately genetically dumb now. What I'm saying is that culture has gotten dumber. Everyone has gotten dumber. Like that's our range of communicative expression has narrowed. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Not that like people born now are stupider or whatever. Civil War letter. I don't want to overstate the point too much. This is from a major, so presumably this person was well educated, though you could fairly compare him to well-educated people today. I've met people who have gone to Harvard and Yale, and they sure as shit don't talk like this. It's also important to remember he also didn't talk like this. He wrote like this. But the difference is that while neither he nor I would speak like this, only he could write like this. I could not. Indications are very strong that we shall move in a few days, perhaps tomorrow. Lest I should not be able to write you again, I feel impelled to write a few lines that may fall under your eye when I shall be no more. And so on. Nobody reads, nobody writes. So everyone just, we all, it's kind of like the bumper sticker sloganification of human speech, where you get used to more concise and simple and dumbed down ways of expressing the same ideas, and eventually it begins to limit your own range. 1984 duck speak ass. I agree with you broadly, but genuinely wonder what we can do. I mean, we are being, our intelligence is under siege by capital. For one, our educational systems are fucking broken, all right? We pay teachers nothing. And the policies and the curriculum that we enforce on young students are basically not at all a product of, or at least like a product of very limited academic research. They're very often like politicized, you know? They're not the product of like the best possible curriculum, you know? They're not constructed entirely by teachers. Because we pay teachers very, very, very little, we don't get the best of them in many cases. I'm not saying that teachers are bad, but a lot of them are for sure, you know. Our textbooks are dog shit. Our textbooks are written by corporations that lobby, and they push for selective deregulation, and they're owned by the same people who are out there arguing that, you know, you can have clean coal. So idiocracy? No, idiocracy is a very unsystematic. The premise of idiocracy is that stupidity is genetic. Stupidity is manufactured. It's deliberately manufactured. Apparently a bunch of your textbooks are owned by Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, well, you know. Sorry, I'm getting depressed again. No, Connor, I have not. I meant more in the sense of if we permit these brain-melting trends to exist legally, we will fundamentally see what reoccur. How are we to make them not exist if something as fundamental? I don't think it's something as fundamental as social media. I think it's like a million things compounding. That being said, I basically don't believe in democracy anymore. So if like banning all social media is what it takes, then sure. We would produce fucking Ubermensch, man. Are you kidding? A person today would easily be mogged by their peer equivalent in the 1970s. Like, if you took an 18-year-old today and an 18-year-old from the 1970s and transported them to today, the 18-year-old from the 1970s would be, without a doubt, more physically fit, have a longer attention span, and be, by and large, I won't say better educated, because that's not true. What I will say is more capable of dealing with life, more capable of learning, more capable of solving problems. And a lot of that is just attention span. A lot of that is what they've been exposed. A lot of that was that people actually fucking read back then. We are at the end of the Flynn effect. You know, the Flynn effect has tapered off. We're no longer getting those generation after generation average IQ benefits. Yeah. The Flynn effect has tapered off and, in many developed nations, reversed since the 1990s. This was probably the product of completing the universalization of public education. But once we head off around here, oh, and this chart ends like in the 2000s. It's probably gone even further down. Norwegian IQ scores are falling, but genes are not to blame. Well, of course it's not genetics. It's that dang TikTok. Population IQ scores trended upwards by about 3 points per decade in the 20th century, a phenomenon labeled the Flynn effect. But in recent years, some countries have seen gains taper off or reverse. How much have they reversed by? Back to mean, this doesn't explain causes. Oh well. Sorry, this isn't really relevant today anyway. Why use IQ? Because it's just a way of measuring people's intelligence broadly. It's not a perfect indicator, but there's no single best way of testing IQ. Or sorry, intelligence. Every young person should be locked in a cage till they can recite Charles Dickens and explain the story. I mean, it sounds like a joke, but it is kind of distressing that I feel like the average high school graduate couldn't understand Dickens today. Yeah, probably. Not only like would they not have the attention span for it, but they wouldn't be able to understand it. Like there'd be turns of phrases or metaphors. Didn't we read a study where a teacher like tested a bunch of their students and their ability to understand metaphorical prose, and like a decreasing number of people understood what the metaphors represented or what they meant in the text, which is like really, really grim to think about. The story about the college students with the dinosaur metaphor where they didn't get it horrified me. Yeah. It was something like the you could have imagined dinosaurs walking across the I remember. There were English students too. Yeah. Do they not read books in school anymore? Well, depending on the school, no. Some school districts are actually getting rid of books. They're just doing short stories now because people's attention spans are so low. Like they don't expect students to read the book. They expect them to like either Spark Notes or get a Chat GPT summary. So if IQ scores don't determine intelligence, do you think it's okay for American police to ban applicants with high IQs from doing police work? What the fuck are you talking about? Who's even talking about IQ? What are you talking about? Average adults, book talk has destroyed reading literacy. I am super duper anti-book talk. That is true. Yeah. I'm not against like the popularization of books online. That's fine, obviously. But it does seem like book talk directs people towards the kind of YA dreck that they should stop reading when they're 13 years old. But they're like they keep reading it. Book talk, TOK, like TikTok, book talk, like the book subculture, the book reading subculture in TikTok. It seems to direct people towards a lot of like really schlocky YA romance stuff that probably makes you stupider reading it. Just because you're reading doesn't mean if you're reading something that's keyed towards the comprehensive abilities of the average person, you're probably not getting anything from it. You know what I mean? It's like how it doesn't make you smarter to read like CNN articles. They're written for an 8th grade audience. So if you're reading that, you're not really expanding your communicative range. The point of literature, I mean, you're supposed to engage with something that expands wider than the breadth of your speaking ability. You have to be challenged a little bit. Oh, thank God I'm here for the reading material snobbery. Good, you should be. Oh, I'm sorry. You thought you were free from criticism because you were reading books, unlike everyone else? Like everyone else gets to be criticized for the slop they consume, except for you because yours is in a literary format? Come on. I don't know how you study this stuff without being overwhelmed by the desire to end it all. This shit's so bleak. Dog, the average job satisfaction among teachers is like 13%. 13% is insanely the job satisfaction. 13%. It is what we're experiencing right now in this country at like a academic level. It is essentially apocalyptic. I don't really know how the country's supposed to. I mean, I guess if you expect the average person to just be like an Amazon warehouse worker, maybe. How do you feel about audiobooks? Stop asking me for my approval. You can do whatever you want. I'm telling you that you are probably not getting much of the benefit of reading if you are reading like lowest common denominator YA romance schlock. That's all. I'm not giving you a reading list. You can do what you want. Imagine caring about a fat illiterate streamer's approval. True! 12%, not even 13%. Holy shit, look at this. God damn, man. Oh, this chart skips 10 years, see? 2012 to 2022. So the drop isn't this sharp proportionally, but it's still, yeah, 12%. A librarian recommended me a book by a queer black author, social commentary horror, and the moral tone was completely garbled. It meant nothing and contradicted itself constantly. I can't really speak to the book that you read, but like I have seen the excerpts from what people on Book Talk recommend, and I am just consistently, I guess, shocked. I don't know. I'm not even a particularly literate person, by the way. I mean, I have the same attention span issues that I criticize in other people. I'm not pretending that I'm better than that. I just acknowledge that it's an issue. But sometimes, man, I don't know. Name 10 books. Mein Kampf. Fuck! Sorry, was channeling my inner Lebanese child for a moment, if the IDF is to be believed. These days when I'm looking for books to read, I often only look for books written before 2000. That's probably fair, yeah. Obviously, there are good books written now, but like, on average, yeah, that might be better. Not a joke. Some people literally can't name a book. I can't watch Jimmy Kimmel Live on stream. I'm afraid that's copyright. Lowering of reading scores? Or ACT scores? Yeesh. This is readily apparent to anyone who teaches college students. I asked students to work a very simple intro problem that I've used for 10 years. For the first time, some students had problems with basic reading comprehension. I work at a tier 1 research university. Yeesh. For college-bound seniors, okay. Probably not great. Huge drop after COVID, especially COVID, yeah. But it's a lot of stuff, right? COVID, social media, AI. Please end your book segments. You don't know what you talk about, or what you're talking about? No. Also, it's more of an educational segment than it is a book segment specifically, you know? Is the condensed y-axis a factor here? I mean, it still signifies a pretty significant drop. Pretty distinct one, you know? Link for the Dickens excerpt study you're talking about? Do I want to? Do I want to? Or is this like the most depressing thing in the fucking world to read again? This thing killed me. Hold on one second. Bagheera's losing her damn mind. What are you warbling about? I know my beautiful partner is out. Are you worried no one's here? What do you want about? What do you want about? You sound ridiculous out there. You sound ridiculous out there. Honestly. Oh, she's purring. She's not even fighting. Not even fighting to be returned to the ground. Pretentious bullshit. Everybody should get more pretentious now. Oh, now you're leaving? Okay. Observed this in Russia, whose curriculum is much more difficult than the US and most of EU. We had a 9th grade final. It was made easier every year, but the scores decreased anyway. Even then, they stopped making it mandatory, so only the people who wanted to go to the 11th grade in uni took the test, but the scores still fell. The trend is universal. America's just rotting faster. That lines up with my priors, I guess. That makes sense to me. No, I know, Miss Genderlin. I surround myself with a lot of young folks, and to me, most of them seem all right. Am I insulated from this shit, or am I just one of the dumb ones from our generation? Well, it's kind of like asking a fish to taste the water, you know? I feel normal when I interact with other people, but I'm in this generation. Is it possible that if I went back to, like, if I could time travel back to the 1970s or something, and I was talking with people back then, is it possible that in some ways they would be more communicatively adept than I would? Like, is it possible? You know, it's kind of hard to say. Certainly, we know reading scores are getting worse. I think the education thing goes right back to your politicians in North Korea being better than in America, because if they were incompetent, they would die. An uneducated American can still basically live a fine life. No, genuinely, yeah. The reason, say, for example, like Chinese students are on average so much more competent than our own is because the Chinese students that are being raised today have parents who were raised in a China that was plagued with famine. So, like they're being pressed really, really, really hard from the government and from their parents. Like getting ahead is a necessity. Whereas in America, everyone's like, I don't know. I don't know how much people really like link educational attainment to finding a good job these days. It seems like a lot of people are really black-pilled on that. The most commonly used elementary literacy curricula, which foreground comprehension skills, includes no whole books. One parent who asked her son's middle school teacher why the class was reading only short texts and parts of a novel rather than the whole thing got the response, quote, "The skills are the same." This is and this is the book talk element right here. An English professor at the University of Virginia, a highly selective school, told me that if you asked his students to name their favorite book, 2/3 would choose a young adult novel. University students should not have their favorite book be a YA novel. That's bad. That's not good. But why though? Because those books are for children. They're for like 12-year-olds. That's the point of them. Are they not young adults? YA novels are written for like middle schoolers. That's who they're like they're dumbed down. They're written specifically to be comprehensible at that age. They're not meant to be. Okay, to be clear, oh man, YA novel doesn't just mean this book doesn't have sex and drugs and violence in it. YA novel means that it was made to accommodate the limited skill set of a young mind. Like, but ideally, when you're in university, you would be reading stuff more appropriate for your. This is, I feel like we're dealing with like the book equivalent of people who the only media they consume is like anime or cartoons meant for all ages or whatever. You know? Look, I like Steven Universe too, but it can't be the only thing that you watch, right? It's probably not good that we've, like, as a culture, we've given up on the idea that there is media that that challenges you, that in any way that just that sort of helps you grow as a person. I don't know. Being made uncomfortable by media is a strike against it now? Yeah, I guess so. Any media can help you grow as a person. It's about engagement and analysis. Dog, I no hate, but you're not growing as a person that much from like the 18th anime about how the power of friendship helps you through tough times in your life, okay? You already knew that. You're watching it for comfort. There's nothing wrong with that, but if it's the only thing you're doing, that's probably an issue, right? Yeah, me when I grow as a person by reading The Lightning Thief, yeah. Not all YA novels are book talk smut, you're painting with a broad brush. No, but they are YA novels, which is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about smut. I'm sorry, do you think something being smut makes it like worse or like requires less literary knowledge to engage with? I don't know. Do you think vice versa, that only consuming media meant to challenge you is bad? No, I don't think that. it seems to me that it is very, very clear to me, at least, that we are experiencing serious civilizational decline due in part to a de-emphasization of the importance of intelligence and personal growth. And it's a compounding problem because the rarer and more shunned people who use those skills are, the more unlikely it is that people in the future will pick them up. You know, the more anti-intellectual society gets, the harder it is to recover from that point. So I like we are experiencing a problem. Things are getting worse. And you know how I know that? You know how I know that? I'm gonna hit you with it because I'm not just talking about people at universities. If Reagan, Bush Sr., or Bush Jr. had talked like Donald Trump did, they would not have won. Republicans wouldn't have voted for them. Republicans in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s would have heard Trump and they would have gone, holy shit, he's fucking retarded. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not a chance. They would not have voted for him. Were they racist back then? Yes. Were they xenophobic back then? Yes. Were they Islamophobic back then? Yes. Would they have voted for him? No. Because Trump is a fucking moron. And everyone knows it, but it doesn't matter anymore. That's the problem. But you know what? I'm going to be real with you. I don't hear that much of a difference in the long run when I see people like, say, Gavin Newsom talk or Kamala Harris talk. Kamala Harris's like stilted consultant, everything has to be run by my policy advisors style of speech is so transparently inauthentic that I think it would have been read similarly 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. Not only are people sounding stupider, but our politicians are sounding more openly disingenuous. How do we explain older generations getting dumber over time? Because that's what happens when you don't exercise a muscle. Intelligence isn't a feature of your brain. It's a trait that you have to maintain. It's an attribute you have to maintain, you know? Also, watching TV all day isn't much better than social media. I disagree. I think watching TV all day is actually a lot better than just doom scrolling on social media. It's like that Northern Lion rant about 50% of people between 18 and 25 having the Spider-Verse and a Studio Ghibli movie in their top 3 in Letterboxd. Also not taking their date to watch The Lighthouse to not hurt their sensitivity. Oh, I saw The Lighthouse one. That one's really fucking funny, yeah. The idea that The Lighthouse is some kind of like insane, edgy, avant-garde, like the average person couldn't comprehend. If to be clear, like I love The Lighthouse, but The Lighthouse is an easy watch. There is nothing in The Lighthouse, visually, conceptually, metaphorically, or otherwise, that makes it like a difficult watch, apart from like the very baseline squeamishness of it having some like horror premise, you know? It's like an easy watch. It's a great film. But people now talk about The Lighthouse like it's high art. Which, again, I love The Lighthouse. But it's not high art, man. It's not. Not exactly a date movie, though. It depends on who you're with. Yeah, it's not challenging. Oh God, this is so pretentious. No, why is it pretentious to acknowledge that The Lighthouse is not a challenging film? How is that pretentious? It's not. The vast majority of people could watch it and be like, oh, yeah, that was what it was about. And then there's not that much more depth to it. It's like a fun, squelchy, weird kind of art house film. Yeah, why is the bar in hell, you know? Fair, Thana. I still can't believe the Sinners was an Oscar contender. Well, the Oscars has always been bottom of the barrel, so I don't know. What's a difficult movie? How the fuck would I know? I'm in the same pit with the rest of you. Sinners was good. I didn't say Sinners was bad. Just wasn't that good. Parasite, yeah, Parasite. I guess Parasite, but that's like an easy pick. I'm trying to think of something that I've seen that other people hasn't seen. I don't know. I've got a pretty bad. I'd have to look through my letterbox. I don't have a letterbox. I'd have to think of a letterbox. See what I've watched. Old Boy 2003. That's true. Old Boy 2003 is pretty good. Yeah. But man, even is it challenging? I'd say it's challenging. I'd say it's challenging. Is it really challenging? I wouldn't call it. I would say it's moderately challenging. Maybe. No, maybe it's not. 12 Angry Men. Okay. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. This is the fucked up thing, okay? 12 Angry Men is a really, really good movie, and it's not challenging at all. But everyone in that movie is written so much better than everyone in every movie today. I'm gonna lose it. It's not a challenging movie at all. It's extremely easy to watch, and yet everyone, both the characters and how they speak, and also in how they're written, it's just better than the shit we make today. There are no challenging movies? That's not fucking true. That's not true. What do you mean by challenging? Okay, an important distinction here, I think, is that books are innately more challenging because the information in a book is encoded in a format that your brain processes differently than the contents of a movie. Movies are audiovisual. Your brain is meant to engage with the audiovisual world. You know, it's designed to do that. But books are written. Every letter is a symbol, and you have to construct the scenes, the flow, the pacing in your head as you read, which means that there's a lot more work being done on your end to process what you're reading. Books are innately more challenging than essentially any other form of media. Music, visuals, audio, these all come to us naturally, but literature is symbolic in coding. It involves more of the brain. Maybe Fight Club? You're killing me. Well, I mean, you know what? I mean, I'll say it and I'll stake it. You can make fun of me if you want, but like, Fight Club is objectively more challenging than the vast majority of movies, and it's still considered a low bar. But that's true. Like, I mean, you can interpret that as like a mark for where the bar really is, because it is substantially more challenging than the vast majority of stuff that people banty about as like good cinema. But it's still Fight Club, right? Unfortunately, Fight Club's reputation has been damaged by the discourse around the movie. If there was no, like, weird red pill culture memification of Fight Club, we wouldn't be in this position, really. People would just acknowledge it as, like, a fun cult classic. Challenging does not equal good cinema. That's true. It doesn't have to be good. Tenet gave me a headache. I think you could make a case for Tenet. Maybe we're thinking about this the wrong way. I don't know. Can I say something controversial, then we can move on? Can I say something controversial? Can a white boy get silly with it and then move on from the subject? I have a different standard for the kind of media that you should be consuming when it comes to television, movies, anime, whatever else, versus books, because the difference is you can make a really high quality movie or TV show, really, really high quality. Let's say Breaking Bad, right? Breaking Bad is mildly challenging. Like, I think that if you watch Breaking Bad, there's stuff in there that could give you something to mull over, you know, but by and large, it's a very, you know, engaging, easy to follow, pulpy, right, action drama. But Breaking Bad is made exceptionally well, right? Very good movie. I think that's not controversial. The difference is that if you were to make a book that was that comprehensible, you have to dumb it down. A YA novel is not just a book that's easy to read. It's a book that has been deliberately constructed to be readable by younger people who are less literarily competent than you are. And as a consequence, there is a stilting of the form. There is a handicapping. I don't think that you could make a better version of Breaking Bad by making it more challenging. I don't think there's like a notch that you could like turn up that makes it more challenging and therefore better. But I think that basically every YA novel could be made much better by turning up the reading comprehension level of the book. It's an innate handicap for literature as a format in a way that isn't really applicable in movies or TV, because the format, it's just different. You don't have that same symbolic encoding that you get with writing. Maybe I get what you're saying. Maybe. We gotta move on from this, man. We're bleeding viewers, and it's not relevant. But it's important. It's important. Anyway, Isekai is great. That's great. You do get what I mean, though, about the difference between books and like movies, TV. This seems overly simplistic. As someone who reads books, specifically highbrow, lowbrow, classic art we would consider engaging or difficult was considered lowbrow, Marvel T. O'Rourke back in the day. Yeah, but I'm not... The difference between highbrow and lowbrow is often a class signifier, more so than it is a an indicator of quality or of like coherence or competence required to engage with it. You know? Like, yeah, Shakespeare was considered lowbrow back in the day, but it wasn't considered lowbrow necessarily because of the difficulty of its content, but rather like the style and the way it appealed to people and its sort of mass audience theater appeal. I guess I think that reading is just a format that is meant to challenge you. That's what I think. I think that TV and movies can, and it's good when they do, but you can have very, very good movies who don't, and that's still fine. But if all you're reading is YA slop, I feel like that is a problem, because it's a format that should be challenging you, but they're writing it deliberately in a way so that it does not. Like they're deliberately structuring it in a way that keeps it from challenging you so that you can kind of mellow in the same tropes, I think. Which isn't great. Okay. Lol, such a bad take. Allow me to look at your chat history and estimate your level of literacy. I notice you misspelled movie and instead typed move. Assessing your IQ from a distance. Have you considered trade school? It's okay. We don't need to fight. We don't need to fight. Do you think Catcher in the Rye is a YA novel? I think that it's able to be read by younger people, but I don't think it's a YA novel. Because a YA novel doesn't just mean every book that can be read by young people. It means it's structured in a way... How do I put this? Yeah, it's kind of a genre. Can you give me some titles of YA novels? I mean, the most famous ones are the Harry Potter books, for sure. Catcher in the Rye is YA. Well, it's put in the YA category now, but it was written before the category existed. The YA category is a modern thing. It's not, it didn't exist like... When did it come about, actually? Hold on, now I'm kind of curious. Young adult book category. Young adult literature. There was like a genre convention. Oh, wow. Yeah, right off the bat. Look at this. Didn't you say we were bleeding viewers because of this? Well, I still think it's important. YA literature typically written for readers ages 12 to 18. Earliest known use of the term young adult occurred in 1942. That's right. It was not even a term before then. Librarians developed the category of young adult literature to help bridge the gap between children's literature and adult literature. According to a study conducted in 2023, 55% of young adult literature consumers were over 18 years of age. 78% of adult consumers purchased with the intent to read themselves. Of these adult buyers, 51% were between ages 30 and 44, which is, you know, term young adult literature found common use in the late 1960s. Amorphous. No consensus on the definition of young adult literature, and they list a number of definitions, including books that readers aged 12 to 20 choose independently, literature written for young people aged 11 to 18, marked young adult by a publisher, literature including a teenager who is the main character, who is the center of the plot, engages in problems related to and relatable to the lives of teenagers. It's a very undefinable category. This is interesting stuff. It's like filling a comfort niche. You know what I mean? Oh, there's Harry Potter. First novel in Harry Potter series published in 1997, originally marketed in the UK under the broad category of children's literature. The books received attention and praise for their increasingly mature and sophisticated nature, eventually garnering a significant audience of adult readers. The phenomenon led many to see Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling as responsible for a resurgence of young adult literature. It established a preeminent role for speculative fiction in the field, a trend further solidified by the Hunger Games. I'd put the majority of isekai / progression fantasy in YA territory. Most anime is made for like mental infants. That's 100% true. Yeah. New adult fiction. Even free run? Free run's nice, but like free run could be understood by like a 10-year-old. Like a 10-year-old could easily sit down and watch everything in free run and not miss a single beat. Like it's still good. But, you know, I don't think they do, Messiah. Kids' books in the past were harder to read than a lot of modern adult books. Ah, man. Like Huckleberry Finn or whatever? Like compared to modern YA? That's actually a good point if you think about it. Like Huckleberry Finn was meant to be... Wait, was it Huckleberry or was it The Adventures of Tom Sawyer that was meant to be for kids? Wasn't it one of those two and the other one was to a older audience? Tom Sawyer? I wonder if we read Tom Sawyer now, I wonder if Tom Sawyer is a harder read than a lot of YA books. I read some YA book excerpts that are pretty... The Hardy Boys? The Hardy Boys would be a good thing to compare to, I feel. What's this TikTok? Does it agree with my priors? If it agrees with my priors, then
Gables. I made a video about this a couple days ago, and so many of you in the comments didn't believe me. Here is the video to prove you all wrong. I'm going to read the first sentence.
Okay, this is going to suck if it doesn't agree with my priors. That's going to be devastating for me. Emotionally, I don't know if I'll be able to handle it. I'll have to just end stream early.
Of each book, and let me know in the comments which book you think is harder to read. First, I'm going to read the first
I will say I don't really care for her tone.
Sentence from Anne of Green Gables. Mrs. Rachel Lynde lived just where the Avonlea Main Road dipped down into a little hollow, fringed with alders and ladies' eardrops, and traversed by a brook that had its source away back in the woods of the old Cuthbert place. It was reputed to be an intricate, headlong brook in its earlier course through those woods, with dark secrets of pool and cascade. But by the time it reached Lynn's Hollow, it was a quiet, well-conducted little stream, for not even a brook could run past Mrs. Rachel Lynde's door without due regard for decency and decorum. It probably was conscious that Mrs. Rachel was sitting at her window, keeping a sharp eye on everything that passed, from brooks and children, up, and that if she noticed anything odd or out of place, she would never rest until she had ferreted out the whys and wherefores thereof. First sentence in Anne of Green Gables.
Well, that was surely more than one sentence, but okay.
Now let's read the first sentence in A Court of Thorn and Roses. The forest had become a labyrinth of snow and ice. So we can kind of see...
I don't think this makes a very good point. Like, comparing the first sentence is not... not very helpful. They just liked their long run-on sentences back then. Well, in fairness, that's because people nowadays don't have the attention span to remember the beginning of a long sentence by the time they reach the end. There is a reason why sentences have been getting shorter on average over time, but this was also I don't know if this necessarily helps. No, it's okay. What'd you say? Could you repeat that? I don't remember.
So
what was the book?
We can kind of
what was the
see
fuck move TikTok
and
TikTok
wherefores the sentence.
A court of thorns and roses. Can I get like a sample? This is like a popular young adult. Oh, this is just the whole book. Okay, well, we're not going to steal the whole book. Yeah, the forest had become a labyrinth of snow and ice. Just give me a second. I swear to God we're moving on after this. I swear to God, I can't keep this going forever. My career can't handle it. It's all falling apart. The psychic damage is real, yeah. The forest became a labyrinth of snow and ice. I'd been monitoring the perimeters of the thicket for an hour, and my vantage point in the crook of a tree branch had turned useless. The gusting wind blew thick flurries to sweep away my tracks, but buried along with them any signs of potential quarry. Hunger had brought me farther from home than I usually risk. Winter was the hard time. The animals were... Okay, one thing that I've noticed from books that have been written within my lifetime that I don't see in older literature is that, and I think this does go to my earlier point, everything is written the way we speak. There used to be, like, books used to construct these really long and elaborate passages that you would never speak aloud, but can construct. This was written in 1908. This was written in 1908. I don't think that's true. That's the other one. This was not written in 1908. Really like elaborate, sort of innovative construction of the sentences that can sort of take you on a ride. Like if we look at this and compare it to the fucking, can somebody link me the Charles Dickens bit again? The Charles Dickens study, just so we can look at the prose from that one. No, the article that we were looking at, not just a random Dickens novel. Struggles with Bleak House. Yeah. The first paragraph of the book. Michaelmas term lately over, and the Lord Chancellor sitting in the Lincoln's Inn Hall. Implacable November weather. As much mud in the streets as if the waters had but newly retired from the face of the earth, and it would not be wonderful to meet a megalosaurus, 40 feet long or so, waddling like an elephantine lizard up Holborn Hill. Smoke lowering down from chimney pots, making a soft black drizzle with flakes of soot in it, as big as full-grown snowflakes, gone into mourning, one might imagine, for the death of the sun. Dogs, undistinguishable in mire, horses scarcely better, splashed to their very blinkers. Foot passengers jostled one another's umbrellas in a general infection of ill temper and losing their foothold at street corners, where tens of thousands of other foot passengers have been slipping and sliding since the day broke, if this day ever broke, adding new deposits to the crust upon crust of mud, sticking at those points tenaciously to the pavement and accumulating at compound interest. I know it's not fair to compare a YA novel to fucking Dickens, but oh my god, this takes so much more. It adds so, like, you have to, it's layered, it's like compacted metaphor that you have to deconstruct. It's like a brick of information that you have to unzip and then run through. Whereas like this is very it's very plain. It's very, like, it is what it is. It says what it says, you know? It says, hunger had brought me farther from home than I usually risked, but winter was the hard time. The animals had pulled in, going deeper into the wood. It's like a factual description. And I've read YA books before. Like, I know it, they're often written this way, you know? It's not this like deeply layered metaphor. This is closer to speech, which means there's less symbolic encoding, which means your brain is doing less work. I think this is a difference of good and bad writing here. I guess to me the difference is that, like, this shit makes me snooze and this makes me excited to read more, but it's getting more culturally conservative. No, because cultural conservatism trends towards retardation. I'm asking for people to be more educated, you know? It's an industry thing. Yeah, it's worth knowing that, like, the YA novel industry is just that, it's an industry, right? Like, they are made to write in a specific way. Is this perhaps why younger people and conservatives are unable to understand metaphor and abstract hypotheticals? I do think it's getting worse. It's a lot of return with a V with you lately? Yeah, because some things were better. What do you mean? The return with a V, like that as a joke, the people you're making fun of are people who think that, like, Europe was better 400 years ago when everyone was white. They're insane. I'm saying that on average, the books we read are getting stupider. Like, is that bad? Like, do you think that's not possible? You can't get defensive just because it's targeting a cultural facet that you personally are familiar with, right? I mean, that's... I think it's also worth remembering that slop novels and periodicals existed throughout all time periods. That is true, but fewer and fewer people read with every passing decade. So the percentage of people who read is getting lower, and the kinds of literature that people read are getting dumber. I guarantee you more people read Dickens 50 years ago than they do today. Easy get. That's the easiest call of my life. You don't think that? You don't think that? You don't think that more people read Dickens back then than now? Tom Sawyer text fragment. The old lady pulled her spectacles down and looked over them about the room. Then she put them up and looked out under them. She seldom or never looked through them for so small a thing as a boy. They were her state pair, the pride of her heart, and were built for style, not service. She could have seen through a pair of stove lids just as well. That's crazy, man. That's so much better written than, like, anything. That was for kids. She could have seen through a pair of stove lids just as well. Dude. I mean, to be fair, Dickens was contemporary then. 50 years ago? Not really. I mean, relative to today, sure, but... After your video on this topic, when you first read the Dickens article, it was totally incomprehensible to me, but I started reading since then, and it's like I can understand a new language. It's insane. Really? Have you noticed that you've had an easier time communicating as well? Like interpersonally, not when you're engaging in Dickensian prose, but just talking normally. Do you feel like you have a little bit easier of a time grasping the words you're looking for and assembling them? I'm referring specifically to the one person in chat, transgender, which is who I was speaking to. Yes, I have. I think I can have deeper conversations. I really have to lead by example, man. I have to read. Shame I'm illiterate. Yeah, I gotta finish House of Leaves. All right, we gotta... Okay. That's enough of this. It's linguistic prescription? Yes, I am being prescriptivist in a sense, yes. I think that people should be smarter and more literate. Like it sounds like I'm being snarky, but like no, like I am not a laissez-faire, hands-off, let people do what they want. I've never believed in this. Let people live their lives. Fuck your lives. The average person in America lives their lives. Then what do? We got 2 Trump terms. Fuck you. No. You can like be gay or whatever, but I think you should. Like it is morally good for you to try to advance yourself in some respects, you know? Physical and mental exercise. I do think that, yeah. But you're judging being smart on the basis of being able to encode outdated cultural references? Dog. Come on. Oh, yeah. Maybe people 50 years ago could understand Dickens, and I don't understand Dickens, but could they do the Fortnite L dance? Could they do the Fortnite L dance? Come on. This is you're engaging in a kind of intellectual relativism where like there's no innate value to understanding this or anything. It's just like, well, they knew things and I know things. I don't believe in this. No, it's not outdated cultural references and convoluted metaphors. It's being literate. It's understanding how to read. If you don't get the references, fucking learn them. For hundreds of years post-Enlightenment, people have been sprinkling their speech, both interpersonal and in writing, with references to like Grecian literature, ancient philosophy, Roman history, you know? God, even the cartoons you watched in the 90s were full of references to fucking Oedipus or you know, the Odyssey or the Bible. Like historically, people have always been inserting references into shit because by knowing more about the world, you're able to build this great big tapestry of understanding that you can pull from. You know, we don't have that anymore. People don't know shit anymore. See The Simpsons? Even early Simpsons had this. But it's all bleeding out now. Like, oh man. The Great Western Canon, like the basis of our cultural knowledge, it's fucking gone. Yeah, the Looney Tunes was full of more like references to antiquity than anything you'd get in school today. How about Battletech / Warhammer books? Oh god. Maybe I should read The King in Yellow. Read The King in Yellow. Read The King in Yellow. You don't have to read the Warhammer books. You can if you want to, but read The King in Yellow. I have to, there's this literally like an infinite segment. We could just do this forever. I'm going to take a piss. We're going to come back. We're not talking about this anymore. Okay. That's the only, I think basing the stability and quality of modern media on whether they contain Western canon references is stupid. You're being disingenuous. I'm not saying the quality of media relies on it having references to Western canon. I'm saying the fact that Western canon is dying and nobody knows what the old references are referring to and that they're being referred to as outdated, obscure references is bad. There's a whole palette of communication, of understanding that is dying. It's like a cultural practice that we're failing to upkeep because nobody reads. Just let me pee. Just let me pee. Just let me pee. We gotta pull through. We've got to be stronger than the sum of our parts. We have to be stronger. Okay, I'm closing all these tabs. We have to close all these tabs. It's the only way out. Damn, you lost almost 2K viewers. More than 2K, actually. But it's fine. It's important, and I care about it. You care about Chuck Norris dying? Not really. Okay. Back to the world. Rather than talking about illiteracy, let's go to the world that illiteracy built. Our illiterate, pedophile politicians and all of their voters. Iraq declares force majeure on foreign-operated oil fields over Hormuz disruption. That's really bad. Force majeure is when you declare, you void a business, unless I'm misunderstanding, when you void a business contract due to circumstances that are entirely beyond your control, usually like warfare related, basically. Like you had a contract to deliver a shipment, but then a war broke out and your ship literally just can't make it to port. So that's it. Like it's not your fault. You're nulling the contract. That is really, really, really nasty. It's this as legal policy. It's the you wouldn't hit a guy with glasses legal policy. How bad is this 1 to 10? Oh, the situation in the Gulf states is fucking abysmal right now. The Iranian strike. Okay, the Israeli strike on the Iranian liquid natural gas facility was so disastrous that Trump later said that Israel shouldn't have done it and did it without U.S. permission, which is a lie, by the way. Israel did do it with U.S. collaboration, but the consequences were so bad that afterwards Trump was like, I didn't authorize that, and also Israel must stop immediately. Can somebody find me that Truth Social, please? In retaliation, Iran struck in addition to others, the largest LNG facility in the world that produces something like, 20% of all the natural gas on Earth, and did billions of dollars of damage to it that will take years to repair. In Qatar, yes. And the helium. JP Morgan now basically saying that $100 plus oil prices are guaranteed till 2027. Yeah, or possibly much worse. I think they might even be underselling it. The markets still haven't priced in like the actual cost at point of transaction, over here in the West, but it's probably going to go way up. There's no way to financialize your way around it. Can somebody give me that truth, please? There's no way to financialize your way around it if you just don't have... Here's the damage assessment for the LNG. It's bad. Yeah, here we go. Thank you. Yeah, here we go. I have, this is the most like throwing under the bus ass truth post I have ever seen from Trump. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out. This is more autonomy being given to Israel than any news outlet will. At a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran, a relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The U.S. knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Yeah, Biden would never say this. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the see, you know Trump is literate because he loves his run-on sentences. Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help of the consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran, but if Qatar's LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Yeah, I'm blaming Israel directly. It is very, 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 very bad. So yeah, here's an acknowledgement from Qatar Energy. Published a statement detailing the overnight damage, providing more granularity, particularly around the damage of the GTL plant. Extensive damage to our production facilities will take up to 5 years to repair and will compel us to declare long-term force majeure. This is the biggest natural gas plant in the world. Years of force majeure on their contracts. Have fun with those fucking electricity prices over in Europe where you're so reliant on liquid natural gas. Jesus Christ. Iraq already declared? Yeah, we saw this. So Qatar, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain have all declared, to some extent or another, a cessation of their contracts for oil and gas exports due to Iranian activity. We have not gotten even a little bit, not even one little ounce closer to opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Not even a little bit. We have no progress has been made towards that front. If anything, things seem to be getting worse because Iran has been striking more accurately and more frequently in recent days compared to the second or early third week of the war. Iraq's oil minister said crude production at Basra Oil Company has been cut to 900,000 barrels per day from the 3.3 million barrels per day. That's a lot. That's a lot. 3.3 million barrels a day is a lot. That's like a significant percentage of America's oil consumption. 3.3 million a day? That's a lot. And now they've cut it down to less than a third. You're telling me that we did not completely dismantle their ability to launch drones and missiles? To paraphrase an article in The Economist, Trump has successfully demolished 100% of Iran's military, but the remaining 0% is giving us quite a time. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Iran also managed to hit Iran's largest fuel facility, the Haifa refinery, Bazan. Bazan? Probably Bazan, not Bazan. Which really has to make you wonder. I mean, how bad? Israel? What did I say? Yeah, Israel. Israel's facility got hit here. It really makes you wonder, too, how bad the interceptor capacity must be in Israel if they can't even protect their biggest oil production facility, you know? This must be a major blow to Ukraine. Oil sanctions in Russia might be lifted. I think that's basically guaranteed to happen. It might even happen with Iran, too. Unfortunately, yes, American and Israeli adventurism in the Middle East is going to end up empowering Russia quite a bit. Absolutely. Why'd we start this war again? Pedophilia, I think. Genuinely, why'd they think this would work? They didn't. They didn't think. We already know that Trump didn't believe. The White House didn't believe that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz. It's just, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's like the symbiote creeping up my body. I just want to point out that, like, I think this is a downstream consequence of the overall, like, depression in American literacy. Not only did it lead to these people getting elected, but our elected officials are a product of the culture that we produce collectively, and they're also fucking retarded now. Like, insane neocon, warmongering, hawkish expansionists back 50 years ago would not have not thought that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz. You know I'm right. You fucking know I'm right. You know that I'm correct. Reagan would not have thought that, or would not have not thought that. That's the problem. Trump read too many YA novels. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's crazy though. Like, we are... Holy text. We're getting very close to meeting our objectives. Oh, I'm sure. As we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime in Iran. Oh, I'm sure. I believe this uncritically. Iranian ballistic missiles are striking central Israeli cities 2 hours ago. Nice. Very good. Iranian drone/missile strikes apparently struck aircraft hangars at the Ali Al Salem airbase in Kuwait today. Wonder what they hit. Without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They don't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that fight is militarily won with very little danger for them. They complain about the high oil prices they're forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz, a simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember. Holy shit, he's mad. Oh my god. Hey, NATO's a paper tiger. You're all weak without us, but we also really, really, really need you. We really, really need you. Please help China. Please. God, they must be laughing over there. Can you imagine how jovial they must be in their fucking CCP, meetings? Yeah, party every day. UK allows US to use their bases for strikes in Iranian strikes. It's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference at all. There is, again, like I said, not only have we not made any progress towards opening the strait, there is literally nothing we can do. There is no amount of force that we can use that can diminish Iran's ability to threaten the Gulf. It's not possible. Nothing but a complete 100% occupation of the country of Iran will be enough. Couldn't we nuke them? Honestly, Iran is so large and so mountainous that no, I don't think so. All you'd really do if you nuked Iran would guarantee that the people who survived would hate you forever. Like, a post-nuclear strike Iran would probably make it its life mission to make sure that not a drop of oil ever made its way through the Gulf again. What about a lot of nukes? Well, maybe there is a number of nukes that would be sufficient. Perhaps. Crude oil futures are at 98 right now. But they're so underpriced. Brent crude is at 108. Do you think another 9/11 is inevitable now, or is that Americans making this about themselves again? I'm not really sure. I don't know. 9/11 was a pretty unique event. What I do think is that the long-term harm of this oil shock is going to cause more death than 9/11 ever could. Easily. Like, orders of magnitude more. Have you guys seen the photos of, like, fuel lines in Thailand? It's like they're getting affected by it more immediately because those countries are poorer and they don't have reserves, and also because they don't have a gigantic financial market that can like gamble the price of oil down temporarily, you know? The only reason WTI and Brent are as low as they are is because we have an enormous financial market that can depress the expected future price of oil, or the price people will be willing to pay for it, and we have the reserves as well. But it's only a matter of time before things catch up to it. Oman's priced at 162, the Indian basket 156. Unsurprisingly, not that expensive with Russia. Canada's enjoying it right now, but you know, only a matter of time. Gas lines in Laos. Yeah. It's really, really grim. Some of my friends have been waiting in line for hours to fill up their motorbikes and haven't been able to fill up. Jesus, look at that. It's getting very nervous here in New Zealand. Reserves in the country are down to 20 days. Yeah, it's not... This is not going to be resolved in 20 days. South Korean government considering importing oil from Russia? Holy shit. Break that line, huh? Insane that we have forced a global financial dynamic so dire that countries are going to have to start cozying up to Russia, of all places, and that their populations might grow more favorable as well. I feel really bad for Ukraine because they've been holding the line for a while now, but like, holy shit, yeah. If you take out the Strait of Hormuz, which is what we've done, essentially, you make Russia so much more important, so much more powerful globally. The world needs to invade America before the reserves run out. They need to take our reserves. They need to do to us what we did to Venezuela. Europe is already switching to natural gas from Norway. I don't know if this can compensate for the loss from the Pars field. It can't. Now, electricity prices right now in the European Union are sky high. They rely heavily on natural gas. And unlike oil, people don't keep reserves of natural gas because it's harder to store long term, you know? Pressurized. Why can't America run all of its own wells at full capacity? Sorry if it's a dumb proposition. Well, we do produce a lot of oil. The first thing oh man, this is so complicated. It's so far beyond me. For one, once you tap an oil well, that shit keeps a running. It's really tough to stop them and very expensive, okay? We do produce a lot of oil. But not all of the oil that we produce stays in America. We do export some of it because a lot of oil makes its way along the very complicated, like, chain of production that circles around the world. In addition to the fact that we do export a lot of the oil that we use, and also we import oil, we're still like bound to the global market. We also benefit from second order production from the oil that we get from the Strait of Hormuz, right? Fertilizer, helium, to name but two. Liquid natural gas, you know? There's a whole bunch all around the world of production processes that are downstream of the Strait of Hormuz and all the oil and natural gas that comes through it that are not like directly just oil being imported. And keep in mind, the global price of oil does affect our domestic price. Like, if oil is trading for $200 a barrel in the rest of the world, why wouldn't our oil companies sell it to us at that price? It's an open market, you know? Like, why would American oil companies not take advantage of the higher average price of oil globally when people buy from them here? When gas stations are filling up, or when the Pentagon is buying fuel reserves, or when the government's restocking its petroleum reserves, they're still pulling from the global price. It's a global commodity. There's no way of cutting off the domestic production from those price incentives. The US could ban all exports? Yes, but that would be very bad for its own reasons. Banning all oil exports would cut us off from that chain and would cause catastrophic downstream problems that would whiplash back and hit us. It's a global economy. There is no way. There is one country that is free from the global economy, and even they're not free from the global economy, and that's North Korea. That's it. North Korea is the only country that is, and they still aren't. Trump might do it, though. It would be ballsy. It would be very ballsy. Yeah, because North Korea needs aid from Russia and China to survive. They wouldn't if it wasn't for their bad agricultural... Their land is difficult to till, I think. Like, it is possible to build a version of North Korea that is entirely self-reliant. But, they do rely on aid, for sure, 100%. Build a second North Korea in Montana. Or we could just not, like, fuck the global economy. Maybe. What do they do for electricity in North Korea? I don't... It's a fascinating topic, but I don't know enough about it. Japanese imperial-built hydroelectric dams? Huh, that's interesting. Well, whatever the case may be. Yeah, there's no getting out of this one. The consequences of this oil shock are going to be reverberating for decades. I don't really know how we get out of it, to be honest. I don't really know. Like, I don't really have a long-term plan here. It kind of seems like we're just going to have to price in higher oil, and the age of very, very cheap international trade is just over. Like, we've instigated a level of instability that we might not be able to recover from. Like, just the insurance costs alone, we're not going to get this level of production again. It's going to take years for them to repair those facilities. I mean, if the war stops tomorrow, we might have a chance. If the war stops tomorrow and not a single additional missile is fired from Iran or Israel ever again, which is fantasy, but if that was true, it would still take at a minimum 5 years to repair the damage that's been done to the oil production facilities in Israel, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. And Iran as well, also Iran. That is, it's yeah, I don't know. How much worse will it get before it gets better? I don't know. I feel like this is a transformational shift. I feel like it's the end of one era and the beginning of another, you know? At the same time, it is the death of American political hegemony. Like, this is it. We saw Russia embarrass themselves in Ukraine, and now we've embarrassed ourselves. No longer will all the people of the world think of us as like the one reigning power. That myth, that apparition is gone. And in addition, it seems as though what was understood to be, for 50 years, what we understood as an acceptable peace in the Middle East, right? Regional instability, but not one that fundamentally cut off the production of and export of oil and natural gas. That era is done too. This huge boom that we've seen towards the internationality of our economy, the globalization of our production and distribution, all of that has been built on the availability of cheap fuel. It does not make sense to have every little widget that gets produced bounce between 3 countries before making its way to Walmart in Wisconsin when fuel is super expensive. It's a limiting factor. That era of globalized economic development might be coming to a close. It might no longer be viable. We'll be shifting more towards domestic production. We'll be shifting more towards national isolationism, closer economic partners, more domestic production. I think it's only going to get worse from here. We will experience this as an enormous inflation shock and as a sort of renewal of isolationist political tendencies all around the world, which we're already seeing in America and in Europe, with their remilitarization, but it's probably going to get worse. Unfortunately, I would be extremely surprised if Taiwan makes it out of this unscathed. I would be very, very surprised. I don't really see that happening. I want them to. What does this mean for queer people? I don't think it necessarily means anything. I don't know if these economic developments are going to track cleanly onto a shift in their cultural perception. I hope so, Nuts. I hope so, yeah. In other words, Epstein is getting exactly what Epstein wants. In Epstein's email with Peter Thiel, he talks about the best way to make money and get a good deal is to send the world careening towards isolationism, distrust, and global conflict, because as the economy falters and markets crash, it's easier to buy up the smoldering remains than it is to invest soundly in a stable economy. So, no, we are heading towards a very abstinent world. Yeah, absolutely. Did this run counter to your earlier statements that the world is locked into neoliberalism? No. I think that Epstein was like the ultimate neoliberal. I think we're heading into super duper neoliberalism. The globalization of the economy was only a temporary step in the long-term objective of neoliberalism, which is to ensure that 5 people have everything on earth and the rest of us have nothing. That was only like one stage. You build up a global order, you build up an unprecedented amount of global wealth and interconnectedness, and then you break it apart so you get to salvage the pieces. Think of the oligarchs in Russia, right? The oligarchs in Russia benefited from the enormous industrial development of the Soviet Union. You build it up and then you shatter it. And now everything that used to be the Soviet Union, Russia and the Warsaw Pact states, are just fragmented, economically ruinous little pieces for you to pick up. And now in Russia, like 5 people own everything, Clearly, this is unsustainable. Yeah, I think so. I think it's totally unsustainable. Neoliberalism was always an unsustainable project. The architects of neoliberalism have pursued the interests of the wealthy at the expense of literally everything. Our roads, our bridges, our healthcare, our housing market, our international reputation, everything, absolutely everything. Everything has been sacrificed at the altar of line go up. That's the only thing that matters. It's always been an unsustainable project. It's just we're unfortunately heading more towards the, every stack of cards is stable until it's not, right? Unfortunately, we get to watch it topple. At least I think. I don't know. Maybe it takes another 100 years. I think that we are getting more towards the unsustainable part of the dynamic. In my opinion, type shit. Can Iran realistically charge a toll in the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, of course. You know the Houthis in Yemen have been charging tolls for safe passes through the Red Sea for years, right? Yeah, of course. A significant portion, not like a majority, but a significant portion of the money incurred in transit is bribes and tolls being paid out to a wide variety of people who have the potential to intercept tanker vessels or like big shipping vessels. Yeah, 100%. A lot of money's been spent like bribing people in Yemen, the Houthis, so that they don't fire in their ships. That was happening like really, really shortly after October 7th. Remember, the Houthis were like threatening ships in the Red Sea, and then that kind of petered down. A lot of the reason that petered down wasn't because the Houthis stopped, and it wasn't because America went there. It was because the shipping companies were paying out bribes to Yemeni Houthi officials to get them to like fuck off. The same could happen with Iran. Though Iran is much more capable than the Houthis. Why haven't the Houthis remobilized recently like Hezbollah did? The Houthis are just a lot weaker and have a lot less money coming in. There's just the Houthis just do not have the same supply lines available to them that Hezbollah does. Also, they make good money from tolls. No need to mess with it. For sure. Yeah, for sure. The Houthis announced yesterday they'd start striking targets soon. Yeah, it's probably going to get back to that. Pretty grim. That was history. It's why the Portuguese and Spaniards went around the world for spices. They couldn't break through the Ottoman tariffs. Huh, I don't know much about that. Be fun to read about. Do you think the Houthis became weakened from the strikes, even if they have a lot of their capabilities intact? Look, this is the problem. You do not have to be strong to threaten shipping. The era of global international economic development relies on the assumption that the seas are safe. It is the number one. It is the foundation under all other foundations. All international trade, all of it, oil, natural gas, everything that runs across the world, everything, the exporting of American companies, the shipment of stuff from China, everything, all of it relies on the assumption that shipping vessels can make their way safely from point A to point B on regular, consistent routes. And it does not take much to threaten that. A single drone, a single rocket, a single boat with some men on it. It does not take much. It's a miracle that we've been able to maintain this era of stability for so long, but people forget how much work it's taken to do that. I think it's reasonable to say that a very, very, very significant amount of the geopolitical decision making that America has made over the past 50 years has been built around protecting that foundation first and foremost. Especially now with drones. I mean, drones make it so much easier to threaten shipping vessels, you know? Do you think this war will be / has been a net positive for the climate? I have no idea. There are so many factors there. There are so many factors there. So many factors. One of our top 3 reasons for getting involved in World War I was to protect shipping lanes from the U-boats. That's true. All right. Yeah, the Lusitania. Oil, gas production is shutting down everywhere. This will take years to fix. Sloppy title. We'll work on it. We're working it. Hello, River. Hopping on down. So what do we do? Read books. I got to get through these tabs. We spent so much time complaining about YA novels.
After an Israeli-U.S. aggression, I thought I must not be hearing right. Then came the French ambassador. We are here to condemn Iran's attack on its neighboring states. Then came the Danish ambassador.
What is this?
This up. This is the day that Iran was attacked. Only 3 countries condemned Israel and the United States for attacking. Russia, China, and I believe it was Somalia sitting in the seat for the African countries. Only 3. I had to think, what is going on here?
I don't even know what conference this is. I wish there was some more context in the post. Oh, speaking of people ulting in front of a camera, you guys see, as predicted, not that it takes a gigantic brain to see this one through, Joe Kent, our counterterrorism director, who left the government because he didn't want to fight Israel's war, immediately went on Tucker Carlson. Literally day like right after, just like that, immediately.
We knew not that Iran was going to attack. He did not say that. Right. He said we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, and in retaliation for those attacks by Israel against Iran, Iran might attack American forces. So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Exactly.
He wanted that sweet, sweet attention. In fairness, it is a fact that America's foreign policy decisions are being determined by the state of Israel. And that is alarming. Like, I don't like this guy, and I don't like Tucker Carlson, but it is legitimately pretty bad that that is happening. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Wait, is that Kent? Yes, that's Joe Kent, the former counterterrorism director in the United States, who resigned just a couple of days ago because he didn't want to be complicit in the lie that we were fighting for our own interests and not Israel's.
And I think this speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who is in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the Secretary described, and later on the President, later on the Speaker of the House, and the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of...
A guy on CNN predicted this exact interview, lol. Yeah, but the thing that bothers me about that is, like, he's correct here. And Tucker Carlson is correct in this issue. This is the best kind of propaganda for Tucker Carlson. One where you don't have to lie at all. It's the easiest propaganda. All you have to do is tell the truth. I understand that Tucker Carlson panders to anti-Semites and is likely himself an anti-Semite and says Nazi shit all the time, but like on this issue, he is correct. He is factually, demonstrably correct. And now we're going after Tucker Carlson, you know? Now he's a crazy conspiracy theorist. Well, CNN and Democratic officials say it's a conspiracy theory that Israel got us into this war to begin with. No, the fuck it isn't. Everyone has said so. And by everyone, I mean the president and also Israel. So, like...
events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel. But when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship.
Hegseth did say it too, yeah.
The Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in, that they could go ahead and take this action, and we would just have to react.
That is true. It's just factually, it's just 100% true. It's unfortunate that Democrats have given Tucker Carlson a near monopoly on this talking point. Like, MAGA Republicans won't acknowledge it, obviously, but Democrats also won't acknowledge it because they're also Zionists. So the only people in sort of the mainstream discourse who are willing to acknowledge the sort of parasitic nature of this dynamic, where like Israel's fucking insane and we just, you know, leap out to defend them because of our perceived shared interest. The only ones willing to call this out, unfortunately, are like far-right neo-Nazis. And I think that's very unfortunate. I think it's not great that the Democrats are positioning themselves such that Nazis have a monopoly on a discourse that is both correct and increasingly popular, especially with young people on both sides of the aisle.
I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. How did you reach that conclusion?
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so. So that takes away the argument that there was an imminent threat, as in Iran was planning to attack us immediately. That just simply did not exist.
May I ask you to pause? Sure. And so I've heard people say that, and this just happened, but history has a way of getting rewritten in real time, and then you look back 10 or 15, 20, 25 years later, and no one seems to understand the things that you saw because they've been eliminated. Yeah. So I think it's important to stop and say, here's what we actually know. So I'd like now, if we could, just to play one of the statements that you alluded to, and that's from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. And this was shortly after this war commenced.
No, please.
And he was explaining, as is his habit, in a thoughtful, precise way, why. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
And so the president made the...
Also, just because I can't let it go and I hate all of you and I want to fight with you forever and ever, okay? I'm Yoru, okay? I just want a war forever. Tucker Carlson talks like somebody who's read a lot of books. A dishonest propagandist and insufferable to listen to he might be, but he obviously knows his way around a turn of phrase. That is not a speech that you get, like a speech pattern that you get just from interpersonal conversation.
Very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
And you're still sure Tucker isn't a presidential threat? He's a grifter. I don't think that he would enjoy that very much. I don't think he would do that. No. I think the sentiment he represents is potentially dangerous, but at the end of the day, there's no way to actually be an anti-capitalist Nazi. So whatever sentiment he would appeal to, they would inevitably it would be like a fell for it again thing the moment they got into office.
Okay, so that is his almost contemporaneous explanation, and it's not offhand. He reasons it out. He explains there's a logic chain there, and he says, we knew not that Iran was going to attack. He did not say that.
Right.
He said we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, and in retaliation for those attacks by Israel against Iran, Iran might attack American forces. So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Exactly. And I think this speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who is in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the Secretary described, and later on the President, later on the Speaker of the House, and the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel. But when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship. And the Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in.
Yeah, we saw that. Can you explain why they would have attacked Americans in retaliation? Because Israel and America work as a combined unit in the Middle East. If Israel attacked Iran, there's no reason why they shouldn't strike American bases. I mean, we literally provide Israel weapons. We're complicit in whatever they do. Democrats will call this point anti-Semitic, by the way. Well, so will Zionist Republicans, in fairness. But yes, yeah, no, Zionists will call this anti-Semitic, even though it's factually, like, to deny this is to deny reality. It's 100% absolutely inarguably true. And I don't know, it seems like right now, the only people willing to point this out are people who are, at the very least, Nazi aligned, which is very unfortunate. I don't think that's true. I don't even think it's a Nazi talking point, really. If you get down to the roots of it, it's an anti-capitalist talking point. It's adjacent to a Nazi talking point, which is why they love it so much. But you know, you can't run from the truth and hide from the topic just because you have to battle it out for, you know, you have to battle for supremacy in the discourse with odious people. That's no excuse to disengage from the topic. I was looking up clips for their conversation. Tucker Carlson interviewed Professor Jiang earlier. It was very funny. In response to this interview, hello, Bolton.
He just did an interview with Tucker Carlson where he argued that he believed Israel pulled the United States into this war. This is what Joe Kent had to say.
So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Exactly. And I think this speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who is in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the Secretary described, and later on the President, later on the Speaker of the House, and the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate.
The president has said publicly that that's not true. Israel did not force the United States' hand here. But what did you hear in that answer there?
Well, I heard anti-Semitism. I mean, this
if the government, if the bipartisan government, Democrats and Republicans, insist that telling the truth is anti-Semitic, a lot of people are going to choose to be anti-Semitic. I'm sorry. They are playing it so fast and loose, so reckless with the well-being of just Jewish Americans. Frankly, in addition to all the geopolitical fuckery that's taking place for our infinite deference to Israel, just the well-being of Jewish Americans. They are screaming from the rooftops, be anti-Semitic. They want it so badly.
is a trope that repeats itself throughout history. The Jews are in back of everything and maneuvered poor, innocent Donald Trump into doing this. Look, this conversation took place with Bibi Netanyahu in the first term. I certainly recommended it. It didn't persuade Trump then. He wasn't conned into this. He came to it of his own volition because he thought it would benefit him. It's not turning out so well for him because of many mistakes he's made. But this idea that somehow you can blame it on Israel, I think it really enters into the political debate.
I think it's very telling that CNN wanted Bolton to defend this case. Like, of all the people that you want to bring on to not make this case, Bolton would be number one for me. This guy is known, his whole identity is being the most neocon, the most hawkish hawk. So this is the guy you're going to bring on to make this point? Christ. The most definitive White House statement purportedly to justify the Israel-U.S. war in Iran was its March 2nd statement entitled "The Iranian Regime's Decades of Terrorism Against American Citizens." After a brief editorial opening, the article lists 44 incidents with a total of 992 U.S. deaths. The source of the data wasn't given. Where did it come from? Unlike the Iraq War or the Russia collusion allegation, the reporting didn't come from an intelligence assessment, flawed or otherwise. It turns out the list was plagiarized by the White House from a June 19, 2025 list prepared by a former AIPAC employee for a think tank founded to provide education to enhance Israel's image in North America. The think tank's original identity was Emet, Hebrew for truth. The June 19, 2025 publication was literally on the eve of the first U.S. bombing of Iran on June 21st, 2025. And it just plagiarizes it, like bit for bit. This is the original article, and then this is the White House post. Not really doing us any favors, no. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, dude, look at this. Point for point. It's just the same damn thing. Why would they plagiarize it? Because our government's pretty lazy. Also, it does seem like Trump has bought into this war off of a very messy, like, kind of shotgun approach of Israeli propaganda. Like Lindsey Graham admitted to being an Israeli asset, and then tried to pitch Iran as like a quick 20-minute adventure to Trump. This is just one strategy of many. AIPAC is, of course, obviously an Israeli state asset as well. I mean, you'd have to be a fucking idiot to think otherwise. The important thing to keep in mind, of course, is that Israeli state asset and agent of the American ruling class, it's a very blurry line there. Which MIC or tech or surveillance interest you're talking about exactly? Like, it's not as though Lindsey Graham is Jewish, you know? ADL too, yeah. Insane CNN panel on this. Was the timestamp deliberate?
Who has not stood by the very thing that he ran on. And many people are seeing this as problematic, but are also questioning the allegiance with Israel because it does seem that there's some puppeteering going on backstage. And that's not anti-Semitic. That is just a question that they have because they also recognize
usually when you bring up Israel, and I don't think your intention was that, but usually when people talk about puppeteering and Jews, it's clear.
Then, like, I don't know, don't do it then. Sorry. It's like a black guy shoots your wife, and then you're like, I don't know, man, a black guy shot my wife. When the police ask you for a description, and the cop is like, that sounds a little bit tropey to me. I know you didn't say thug. Like, okay, I understand. I understand we're drifting close to some alleged historical parallels here, and that it might sound problematic. Unfortunately, it's also what happened here, and they admitted it. So.
Joe Kent's theory of the case is clear in his resignation letter. This is not about him quitting because he's got some big dispute with this Iran war. By the way, if he had wanted to quit because of the Iran war, he could have quit 3 weeks ago. He waited a long time. Joe Kent, I predict, is running for office again. He's going to go. 3
weeks is not like that long, I think, to quit over disgust with the war, but okay.
On Tucker Carlson's show tomorrow, the same show, or this next week, the same show that put Nick Fuentes on the air. He's expressed those same views, and he's going to get support from that toxic part of the Republican Party that is both anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim and spouts all the kind of rhetoric.
It's the only argument they have: anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. Ignore the fact that so many people have admitted it. It's just anti-Semitism. Don't even engage with the point.
That we as Americans should be disgusted with.
What about this idea that there was no imminent threat?
No, and I think that's something where in Tulsi Gabbard's statement, she left a lot of room for ambiguity on that, whether or not she agreed with the Trump administration's decision. And imminent threat can be interpreted a number of ways, right? This is what is being used to just give the legal authority under the Article 2 Commander-in-Chief self-defense provisions, right? So this is where, the legal statute, the legal kind of basis comes. And it can mean Tulsi Gabbard is not wrong. It can mean whatever the president wants.
Yeah, but can it mean?
No, it can't. No, it fucking can't, dude. What are we talking about, man? No, it can't. There's working definition of imminent threat that Iran just did not meet. They admitted the imminent threat that Iran posed was that Israel was about to attack Iran no matter what, which would encourage Iran to attack American bases in retaliation. Therefore, the imminent threat was them defending themselves against Israel, which is not imminent threat. The imminent threat in that case is Israel, the one instigating the conflict.
I mean, because I feel like it, because that's effectively the explanation from Trump is, I felt like it. So there was an imminent threat because I felt in my gut that it was going to happen. Is that really the standard, the legal standard for?
I mean,
no.
In this case, it not only matters. The Article 2 self-defense provisions have a very wide latitude. The Supreme Court.
No, fuck you. No, I don't buy this. I don't buy that every single reasonable interpretation standard can be boiled down to gut feeling. I believe in law. I believe in truth. I believe in decency. I believe that there's a difference between good and bad, right and wrong. I do not buy this bullshit at all. The idea, like this nihilistic postmodern deference to, well, actually, all matters of opinion are equally unjustifiable. Fuck you.
Has been willing to grant a lot of latitude to the president. Congress can check that, but they'll keep passing.
So the president basically saying, "I've seen no actual evidence, but I just felt it." The president could theoretically say that about any nation anywhere in the world.
But at least in Iran,
I mean, really, I'm legitimately.
Oh, so see, notice how this disingenuous fucking weasel, the moment she points out this is a nonsensical standard, he's like, well, he said there wasn't evidence, but there was some evidence. No, you don't need to make an evidentiary claim. It's actually like, it could just come to you in a dream, but like, at least in this case, there was some justification to it, you know? Oh, so you weren't actually deferring to like a hyper nihilistic version of presidential deference. You were actually you do just think it's a justified attack.
Is that really the standard? Because at least, you know, back in when the Bush administration was making the case to go to war in Iraq, right? They presented evidence. It was flawed, but they presented something. They went to the United Nations and they said, "Look at this stuff. Look at these images."
Well, it wasn't flawed. It was fake. It was fake, but, you know.
Look at this intelligence. We have seen zero, zip, nothing.
But Abby, that's more about what this president believes he can get away with Congress and with the American public, right? The president believes that he can put a case out to the American public and say, I want to go to war with Iran. They present an imminent threat, and he doesn't need to array the evidence, right? And in fact, as it turns out, Congress hasn't done anything about it. Right?
Congress hasn't done anything about half the stuff he's done.
Right, that's right. And
the American public is pissed.
And Congress isn't going to do anything about it. The American public may be pissed, but this war is actually polling pretty well amongst Republicans, even with the.
And what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Gonorrhea would poll highly with Republicans if Trump pitched them on it. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
MAGA base being upset, and I think you're right. The MAGA base is very upset with President Trump and what he's done here. I think Joe Kent is tapping into that. I think other folks like Tucker Carlson have tapped into that. But there's a different strain going on there. There's a movement in the Republican Party that is very problematic and very toxic, and that's where this is coming from. And let's be honest.
What is the this? What is this coming from? What do you mean? The war itself?
The tone in Joe Kent's letter. Joe Kent.
The tone in Joe Kent's letter. The tone.
First of all, Joe Kent doesn't have to defend the Iran.
We've established that Joe Kent's a problem. I think we need to establish whether or not there was an imminent threat. I don't think that the words imminent threat have as much elasticity as you believe that they have. I believe they have a definition. And that there was no imminent threat, and that they have yet never outlined an imminent threat. And what conservatives often do, I've seen this over and over and over, is they switch from imminent threat to Iran's a bad guy, a bad country.
Like that fucking dipshit. Yeah.
We all can agree with that. We can all agree that they have been the masterminds behind a lot of terror in the world. All of that's true. Yeah. The problem, though, is whether or not there was an imminent threat that dictated that war was necessary at this moment.
But Charles, that's the argument.
And that has never been made clear, not just to me, but to the American people.
But Charles, I think that there is an imminent threat. There's a lot of reasons why. One, we know Iran has been pursuing a nuclear weapon for a long time. We know that Iran.
Fuck off. Notice how there is like a one-to-one connection between people who refer to Joe Kent's letter as anti-Semitic but don't explain why, and people who wanted this war to begin with. Perfect one-to-one. There is nobody out there is like, it's anti-Semitic to point out that Israel provoked this war, but I don't support the war. It's one-to-one. It's crazy how consistent they are.
Iran has killed hundreds and hundreds of Americans on the battlefield in Iraq with improvised explosive devices. They gave.
How long were we at war in Iraq?
Whatever.
No, whatever. Don't do that.
What?
You know the answer.
A good long time. We were in a war in Afghanistan a good long time. It doesn't change the fact that Iran killed tons of Americans.
That's again, you're doing what I was just saying that other people do. You're trying to make elastic the idea of imminent. Imminent is not that. Imminent is not. This is the whole case of the history of this country and how badly they have behaved. You cannot condense that into the word imminent. It does not work. It does not work. It does not work.
Hold on, you can't.
Was there no?
They pretty much gave up the goat on this too, because the White House's justification for the invasion of Iran, which again they plagiarized from an AIPAC assistant written list, was just a list of every time Iran did something we don't like. Like, how are you justifying imminent threat to the United States if you're going back to 1979, the fucking Iranian hostage crisis, to justify? What does that have to do? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? It's very obvious there was no imminent threat. They have not even tried to make the argument there was an imminent threat. They have admitted there was no imminent threat, but conservatives and Zionists on CNN, I repeat myself, is they're just going on there and acting as though there is that argument. There's no argument out there. No one can really make this case.
Diplomatic option before we got.
They attempted a diplomatic option.
Are we talking about
quite a few?
But are we talking about the legal standard for war powers that has been set in precedent, or are we talking about sort of our feelings and rhetorical and what things should be?
Legal versus the
where
political
it is
issue.
right now.
Yeah.
Yes, the war powers resolution, which many presidents say doesn't really exist and they don't believe it's constitutional. Trump still notified
every
Congress.
President since
every
it was passed.
president, yes,
Democrat and Republican.
Trump still notified Congress and said, "Hey, yeah, the clock starts now." Whether or not he'll obey that, I mean, we could go back to a Libya model back in 2013 under Obama. Like, the war powers have been a problem with every president.
But you can't even invoke the Libya model because it doesn't work here.
Until Congress.
That was a NATO-led operation. There was a NATO-led operation. It was not just us renegading. They were enforcing a UN resolution.
Not legal.
This was not renegading like this.
One thing that this underscores is the degree to which the president.
Hello. Was this timestamp deliberate?
So what do Democrats do with this information that they want to use, that they want to talk about, but it comes from, let's call a flawed messenger?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it is a flawed messenger, but that's why you bring him up to Congress and you ask him questions there. And
under oath.
And under oath. And they ask these questions there. But the fact that the podcast bros and all these other people online are platforming this person who is a known conspiracy theorist and anti-Semite, you don't give him a platform.
Jesus Christ, man.
Of getting a nuclear weapon.
His resignation letter yesterday, where he argued Iran posed no imminent threat.
Yeah, again, like if you keep telling the American people that anti-Semitism is the gateway you have to pass through in order to be understand why the country is falling apart, what CNN and what the Zionists want you to believe is that there's a door you have to open called anti-Semitism, and once you open it, the truth to all things becomes apparent. You can understand why we're in this war, why the global economy is crashing, why Trump continues to shift his rhetoric and do whatever Israel wants him to do, why every fucking American politician is suicidally deferential to Israel in spite of it not being even remotely aligned with U.S. interests. Like, what they want you to believe is that all of that is locked behind a door called anti-Semitism, when in reality, literally none of those answers implicate Jewish people as an ethnic or religious group. It sure as fuck implicates Israel, but I'm not anti-Semitic, so I don't think that Israel is all Jewish people.
To the United States. Now the administration disputes what Joe Kent is alleging. But as for who had the president's ear before the war began, Kent has said some voices within the administration were shut out from the decision making.
A good deal of key decision makers were not allowed to come express their opinion to the president. There was robust debate and robust discussions leading up to the 12-day war into Midnight Hammer. But this second round, to me, and I'm sure others will refute this and disagree with me, but what was conducted by just a handful of advisors around the president.
Joining me now, former advisor to Vice President Mike Pence and Homeland Security Advisor during Trump's first term, Olivia Troy. She also worked at the National Counterterrorism Center. Also here, former senior communications aide Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo, T.W. Origi. Glad to have both of you here. I'll begin with you, Olivia, because you resigned from the first Trump administration. And I wonder if you're surprised by Kent's comments that key decision makers, that's his phrase, could not voice their opinions to Trump.
You know, I found that interesting. I think, to me, this is kind of classic Trump circles, the way it works when you're making important decisions. Sometimes people are in the room, sometimes get excluded out of the room, depending on who's pushing what viewpoint, and what opinion or fallout, viewpoint they want. So I'm, to hear someone like that say that on who wasn't in the room when you're making such a critically important decision on whether you're going to engage in conflict, global conflict.
You should check out a letter from 1942 signed by 700 rabbis. It says Zionism is the fulfillment of Judaism. See, this is what I mean about, like, you have to be careful about the anti-Semitism thing. Who the fuck cares? 700 rabbis 100 years ago, after the Holocaust began, wanted a Jewish state? That's crazy. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I could find you 700 Christians agreeing with anything. What does that have to do with anything?
To me, that's appalling, because you would think that you would want all the voices in the room to really debate such an issue and inform the president on all of the options and the repercussions of certain actions that you're going to take.
That's the point of a cabinet. Whether he takes the advice is a different story as commander-in-chief. But I want to play more of what Kent is claiming about whether this indeed was an imminent threat. Listen.
There was no intelligence that said, hey,
the Jews invented bagels to raise the blood sugar of Gentiles. It's known.
On whatever day it was, March 1st, the Iranians are going to launch this big sneak attack. They're going to do some kind of a 9/11 Pearl Harbor, etc. They're going to attack one of our bases. There was none of that intelligence. Again, back to what we know about the Iranians, they're very, very deliberate with the escalation ladder. And again, they're only deliberate under President Trump's leadership because they knew and they took President Trump very, very seriously.
Do you see this as his claims directly undermining what the administration has said?
I don't know. Look, Joe Kent is a combat veteran. He has earned the right to speak freely, and he can resign if he wants. That is fine. But as the previous guest pointed out, the Iranian threat has always been imminent. They act on it.
Always been imminent. Always been imminent. Incredible. Imminent? Yeah, the threat from Iran's been imminent for 47 years.
All the time. And I'm not really sure in the phraseology. This is, by the way, a gentleman who advocated for taking out their nuclear sites and their missile depots, who advocated this when he was running for office. But I quarrel with the idea of what does an imminent nuclear threat look like? Are we waiting for the bomb to be on the launcher before we decide to take action? The fact of the matter is, Steve Witkoff.
Yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, Netanyahu's long history of crying wolf about Iran's nuclear weapon. It's been imminent for 1992, 95, 2002, 2009, 2012. These are just a small list of examples. There are so many more. This is so cucked. Hey, again. Their argument is that you're an anti-Semite if you get even a little bit curious about why so many American Gentiles are so willing to lie so transparently to protect Israel. Not to protect America, not to protect American business interests, not to protect the American people or any in-group or whatever, but specifically to protect Israel. There are literally two. There are two explanations to this. Only two. One of them is the historical materialistic, a breakdown of the relationship in power between America and Israel and the extent to which, our corporations collaborate in the calamity of capital and so on. And the other explanation is the Jewish question. And the Jewish question answer makes no sense if you think about it for more than 15 minutes. Hey, if it's about empowering Jewish people, why does this have nothing to do with the average Jew in America? And why does the average Jew in America not benefit from it in any way? And in fact, makes their life harder. Oh, I guess it's not about Jews. I guess it's about Israel, No. But they want you to take the anti-Semitic route. Or at the very least, they're willing to risk it.
was told directly by the Iranians that they had 1,000 pounds or more, 400.
The JQ is a lazy person's answer. It's funny because you know what? I was at a museum the other day. The JQ is like the exact opposite of the stupid, ethnically, ethnically embittered leftists who think the reason why European colonialism took off is because white people are innately evil. It's something that you see from people who pretend to be on the left, but they're basically just like racial animus motivated non-white people who LARP as leftists. It's like, hey, how did European colonialism take off? And the real answer is a very complicated mesh of historical forces. But some people will be like, well, it must just be that white people are like worse than others, you know? Native American people and Asian people and African people and Middle Eastern people and so on, they were all in harmony with their environment or whatever, and then white people fucked it up, you know? It's an extremely lazy, like low IQ answer. Like, oh, why are there sort of demographic imbalances? It must be because of innate characteristics. It must be because there's a conspiracy. It appeals to stupid people, you know?
Something kilograms of enriched uranium that were a hint away from being able to be put on a weapon, in that they had the inalienable right to enrich uranium. So the fact of the matter is, this is a president who has made decisive action to bring Iran to its weakest point, to disrupt its proxies, to bring the Gulf states into a coalition with the Abraham Accords, and to bring the Middle East to a new chapter. This was absolutely the right time to act. And I'm sort of surprised that Joe Kent doesn't have the foresight to see that.
And yet, according to that lie, every single day of the Trump administration would have been a day that he could have proclaimed imminence. Even after last year, we were told that it had been obliterated in terms of the ability to have, at least in the short term, to have that nuclear capability. But this idea of having dissenting voices, or who could...
Let me guess, this guy's a neocon who was pushed out of all institutions, so now goes on CNN? Yes, exactly. Same with the previous. That keeps happening over and over. But, like, there's a reason why CNN keeps having these people on. I can't listen to this anymore. Media, mainstream media is desperately trying to push you into anti-Semitism. Other countries also have a lot of money and large companies. Why did they not set up the same pacts and whatnot to grab some power in the U.S.? Some did. Saudi Arabia is a great example. Saudi Arabia, with their sovereign wealth fund from the oil that they sell, has set up a ton of cultural, in terms of like sports, esports, housing markets. They're trying to buy up American culture so that we stay deferential to them to an extent. Yeah. But Israel didn't buy up America. Instead, Israel is a American military colony that enforces our will in the Middle East. At least they used to. The argument has always been that in exchange for protecting Israel, you know, or at least like shoring up their interests and ensuring their existence, we get a regional wedge against Iran, at times against Iraq. Yeah, they're an imperialist project that we have maintained. The problem is that, you know, just because something starts out as a rational and beneficial project, it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way forever. Over time, Israel has gotten more emboldened and more ethno-nationalist, and we have lost the ability to rein them in. In addition, a whole bunch of our military, surveillance, and tech companies have plants over there because they're a very, very good, like, outpost for those interests. So as a consequence, we have this weird like mishmash of cultural and capital aligned forces that are driving us to be suicidally deferential to Israel. Also, then you've got the Christian evangelicals who think that we need Israel to, you know, reestablish its biblical borders. So it's not really Israel controlling us. It's that there's a whole bunch of evil people in America and in Israel who are mutually invested, who all benefit now from or who perceive that they benefit from the Israeli expansionism. It's happened before. It's happened in South Africa. It's happened in Rhodesia. It's happened before. Democratic backsliding? Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it just hit me. You know what a challenging piece of media is? Think Signalis. I think Signalis is a wonderful game. And yeah, I think it's challenging in some respects. Yeesh. Who are we talking about? Who are we complaining about right now? Milo 808. Oh, Milo 808 is 100% an anti-Semite. Yeah, for sure. They need to come in now and again, though, because, like, they need to air their points so I can disagree with them. Dude, like, the administration and media are working double time to push anti-Semitism. I feel like having their points aired now and again so that they can be debunked is really, really important. Like, when people bring up stuff like, well, did you know the ancient religious texts suggest Jews are better? Wow, that's crazy. A religion suggests that the followers of that religion are better than non-followers of that religion? That's fucking insane, dog. That's crazy. Oh, almost like every religion ever. What religion is there that doesn't say that? Oh, follow these practices and you get no benefit. There's nothing innately better about you than other people. Everyone, the pagans, everyone believed this. The pagans thought if you gave favor to the gods, they would bestow wealth and prosperity upon you. They like this is the distinction has always existed. Do you think the reason for not funding TSA is to limit U.S. citizens trying to leave the U.S.? No, Democrats, the reason that TSA isn't funded right now. They're holding the remaining Department of Homeland Security funding hostage. Islam does it. The Prophet Muhammad explicitly says non-Arabs are not superior or inferior to Arabs, and yet many Arabs believe they are. And you know what? Jesus also didn't say that people who followed him were innately better than others. In fact, he explicitly preached decency, kindness, and charity towards non-followers, but Christians think they're better than non-Christians. Unfortunately, we're just dealing with a fundamental truth about human in-group, out-group behavior here. It doesn't really have anything to do with Jewish people. Did you know Jewish people think they're better than everyone? Every religiously oriented group has groomed themselves into thinking they're better than other people. This is nasty, though. TSA line, or a security line. But Jews were first, probably, and all others built on that. That's true. Jews invented tribalism. Man, maybe they really did invent bagels to raise the blood sugar levels of Gentiles. That was fucked up of them. It was fucked up how they did that. It fucking worked on me, too. I have eaten a lot of bagels in my life. A lot of bagels. FYI, the whole Gentiles having part animal souls thing came out in Haredi Judaism. The Reconquista Spanish were trying to expel them from Europe, but they were not fucking with Christians law. Yeah, sure. Like, look, there are a lot of Jewish supremacists out there, and there's getting to be more of them by the day, because every fucking Western power center is encouraging Jews to be the worst versions of themselves. Oh yeah, you can commit infinite genocide in the Middle East. Anyone who criticizes you is a fucking anti-Semite. But like, it's not innate, and also, who fucking cares, okay? Why does Israel hate non-white Jews? Because it's a white supremacist... Dog, Israel is a Western state. Of course they're racist against non-white people. What do you mean? It's a Western state filled with Europeans, and they're engaged in a right-wing settler colonial project against the browner Arabs in the region. Of course they're racist. What do you mean? Are there non-white Jews in the Middle East? Yeah, of course. But the white Jews in Israel are pretty colorist. Ah, hello, love. How'd it go? Yeah. All good? For friend? Cool. Non-white Jews are the majority of Israel. Well, non-white people were the majority in South Africa, which was, by the way, under apartheid, Israel's best friend. You know that? You know, Israel and apartheid South Africa got along really well, and then Israel and post-apartheid South Africa didn't get along very well? That's interesting. That's very curious. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Ooh, I'm thinking.
Polls have shown that MAGA is essentially unified behind you, as are Republicans when it comes to Iran. There's been reports that, the United States might be sending 2,500 Marines to the Middle East. Are you concerned that a move like that could potentially change the unity?
Well, I don't know. I seem to have great support because CNN came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%. And they said they've never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%, and they've never seen that before. Which is an honor. I was impressed that CNN would do that. But as far as troops are concerned, I can't tell you what we're doing.
Mr. President,
I wonder if he thinks 100% of the country backs him, or if he knows it just means MAGA Republicans.
I'm really scratching my head because I voted Republican, and most of us in the fishing industry did, and we're not seeing the positives come out of it, why we voted that way.
I should watch more Fell For It segments so I can lose my mind and be really, really, really hateful. Oh, man. Dude, we're so... My like, mental scheduling for the stream got fucked by spending 90 minutes talking about literacy with chat. Absolutely fucked. I genuinely had... I looked at the clock down to the bottom right. It could have been any time and I would have believed it. It could have been 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m. It could have been any time and I would have believed it. Anytime. Stun lock. That was an actual stun lock, by the way. You people, you call everything a stun lock. That was an actual stun lock. As in, I couldn't move on from the topic. I was not engaging in it exclusively to the limits of my interest, because if I did, it would have been 50 hours long. Oh, I gotta read more, man. Finish House of Leaves. I ordered a book today. I saw people talking about it. I saw them talking positively about it. I forget the title. I bought it purely because I saw people talking about it positively. It's a contemporary book. It came out recently. It's something. It's a medieval horror book. It's got a red skull on the front, or there's like a red skeleton. Has anyone seen discourse about this book? I'm sure you have. I've seen people tweeting about it. Avengers Endgame? Yeah, Between Two Fires. Between Two Fires. I've heard some good stuff, and I thought it might be nice to have like a contemporary book, because all the books that I've read recently are like 100 years old. I read The King in Yellow again, and I read Shadow Over or Under Innsmouth. Over or under? I forget. Oh, Between Two Fires isn't that contemporary. It's 2012. I thought it just came out. Damn, I'm stupid. All right. Hey, I need to go now because I only have a bit of time before my partners to leave for another thing that they're doing today. So I want to spend some time with them before that. I'm sorry. I'll read donos tomorrow. I very much apologize. Sorry for the overall like incongruent tone for stream today. I was just a little bit distracted by mine and chat's illiteracy. It's not like I'm any less illiterate than you guys are. Okay. Everyone read a book. That's your homework for today. Read a book before tomorrow. Okay. My promise to you guys is that I will read some tonight. Okay. And if I don't, nobody donate tomorrow. Nobody. You know what I'm going to read? I'm going to tell you what I'm going to read. Simple. Not anything super fancy. Simple. I've been meaning to read this. Amatora, How Japan Saved American Style. I've been read this. Simple. You got that forever ago? Yeah. One sock? What are we sock posting about? One sock? Oh, guys, this is an ankle brace. Remember? I sprained my right ankle. I'm wearing a brace on this one. Not much sense in me bracing my left ankle. All right. Everyone take care. I'll read donuts tomorrow.